Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage_head fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Becomes the Pheonix? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Achiko vs. Izuku. To kick off our second round, two ladies gave it their all in the first round. First, we have Izuku Kendo, who managed to secure a victory in the last round with a devastating sit-out powerbomb in a fierce and physical match. Taking on Achiko Midoriya, who advanced in the tournament so far with her thrilling win that showed her grit and determination. Mike said as the girls entered the arena, the replays of their fight playing on the screens. Izuku and Achiko shook hands before stepping back and taking their starting positions. At the beginning signal, neither one charged in. Instead, they circled, looking for an opening. Izuku was the first to attack, using her superior training to fake a punch and land an outside leg kick that made Achiko wince. Izuku came in again, looking like the same attack. When Achiko went to move from the leg kick, Izuku landed right on Achiko's ribcage. Izuku went to try to land a follow-up left, but Achiko recovered quickly and nearly tagged her hand, forcing Izuku to pull back hastily and stumble to the side. Achiko went low and swept Itsuka's leg, sending her down. Achiko dived to tag her opponent, only to hit the stage. Izuku managed to spin off her hip and land a kick on Achiko's face, which sent her tumbling. Achiko's eyes watered as her mouth filled with blood. She saw Izuku coming at her, but she couldn't get out of the way. She got her arms up to block the massive fist, but the force of the blow sent her falling back. Izuku grabbed her leg, but Achiko managed to regain her senses to increase her gravity, preventing Izuku from picking her up. It allowed Achiko to land an uptick that sent Izuku stumbling back. Achiko got up and, to everyone's surprise, landed a massive right on Itsuka's face. Izuku rolled with punch the best she could, grabbed Achiko's arm, and flipped her over her shoulder. Achiko slammed into the stage, but she grabbed Itsuka's arm, negating her gravity. Achiko tried to throw Izuku off, but Itsuka's hand enlarged, locking around Achiko's arm. With her free arm, Achiko landed a punch before Izuku countered with a massive fist of her own. Achiko brought her arm up to try and cover her face, but Itsuka's fist was so huge that the punches didn't quite have the force they would have generally had as Izuku was floating in the air, but it was still causing damage. Achiko negated her gravity and pushed off the stage, spinning them into the air. Achiko landed a knee to Itsuka's gut, increasing their spin. Izuku was trying to fire back, but the constant rotation complicated it. She wrenched Achiko's arm to the side, trying to force a spinsen. She managed to catch Achiko's other arm, only for Achiko the head but her breaking her nose. It loosed Itsuka's grip on her arm, which was wrenched to the side, allowing Achiko to slip if free. She pressed her fingertips together. Release! The two girls plummeted towards the grass. The crowd held its breath as they spun towards the ground. Achiko held fast, increased Itsuka's gravity. Izuku hit first, the wind driving from her body. Achiko rolled to the side, lying on her back, staring up at the sky that still hadn't stopped spinning. Winner, Achiko Midoriya. Midnight called out. Once they were safely in the tunnel, both girls grabbed a trash can and threw up. Melissa vs. Kyoka. I know how Hitoshi felt now, Kyoka said, smiling at Melissa. Be gentle. No, Melissa said, laughing, her tail swishing. At Midnight's signal, Kyoka charged, and Melissa sent a pillar of her robots to her friend. Kyoka put her earphones before her and pushed her heartbeat. As they came into contact with the robots, the sound disrupted them and split the pillar apart. Melissa was surprised, not expecting that to happen, but Kyoka used it to her advantage to tackle Melissa to the ground, going for her mask, as that was where Kyoka thought the controls to be. Melissa fought with Kyoka, trying to maintain her mask. Though it wasn't where the control was, it was a good enough ruse. Kyoka couldn't bring her jacks to bear against Melissa as she used them to keep the microbots at bay. Melissa sent her entire cloud up to come crashing back down just as her grip slipped, and Kyoka was able to tear her mask off. Got? Kyoka said, expecting to see the panic on Melissa's face, but instead, she saw a smile. You, Melissa whispered. Melissa grabbed Kyoka's jacks, putting them in between them as her microbots crashed into Kyoka's back, then grabbed her around the waist and sent her spinning like a top over the edge of the stage onto the grass. Melissa grabbed her mask and had it on the side of her head as she jogged over to help Kyoka. "You sly fox," Kyoka said with a grin. The two girls hugged as the crowd cheered. Kyoka raised Melissa's hand in victory and pointed to her as she stepped back, adding her applause before they left the ring. Izuku vs. Now the most anticipated match of this round, we have two heavy favorites who showed their might in the second round in amazing displays of power and technique. First, the lone remaining fighter from the wild card round, the dual threat of fire and ice. Don't just call him the son of Endeavor. This young man wants to carve his own path. Give it up for Shoto Todoroki, Mike said, getting the crowd going. His opponent stunned everyone in the first round, captivated in the second round, and went toe-to-toe with a very game Toru Hagakure in his first bout. Let's hear for the popular favorite of this year's festival, one of the breakout stars, the psychokinetic, the yes man, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd, already cheering, gave him the yes chant as he walked towards the stage. Izuku smiled and waved to the crowd, but he kept his eyes focused on Shoto. Well, Eraserhead, we have two heavy hitters in the tournament squaring off. How will these two match the field of nothing but your class? Mike said as Aizawa rubbed his forehead. I think that we are going to see some amazing displays of quirk strength and control. I know that both of these young men are friends and bound and determined to do their very best against each other. He paused. I believe what we are witnessing is the best future for heroics. That is a bold statement. What makes you say that? Mike said, looking at the two boys on the stage, shaking hands and receiving instructions from Midnight. Two strong, dedicated heroes not in competition against each other but seemingly dedicated to pushing each other higher out of respect and friendship, Aizawa said. It is something that Midoriya said in his speech, and you see those who seem bought into his philosophy are represented in these later stages of the tournament. I think he has more to show us. Before Mike could ask a follow-up question, "Begin," rang out from Midnight. Shoto raised his foot, seeming like he was going to send a glacier at Izuku as he had done before. The crowd in the front row braced. Sue grabbed her blanket but put his hand forward instead, and a massive firebolt flew out. The crowd gasped. Izuku used his telekinesis to push the fireball off a ramp and straight up. Shoto's eyes widened, and Izuku charged forward and barely missed with a right hook. Shoto landed a punch to Izuku's ribs and pushed him away. He then sent a massive ice wave towards Izuku's back. Izuku spun to the side, his hand extended towards the wave. The wave bent and curled around him, seemingly under his control, as he sent it crashing back toward Shoto. Shoto summoned up as big a fire blast as he could, super cold air meeting superheated air to explosive results. The crowd let out a yell of fright as Cemento scrambled to erect barriers to contain the explosion. When the smoke cleared, Shoto was inches from the edge of the stage. A spiderwebbed wall of ice had kept him from being launched out of the ring. He fell to one knee, the back of his head bleeding, a few cuts on his face. Izuku stood in the same spot he was before the explosion. There was an area around him scorched and completely devastated. But where he stood and behind him was utterly pristine. Shoto rolled forward, his arms behind him as he brought them forward, trials of white-blue ice and white fire coming forward. The crowd cheered and yelled in excitement and terror. Suddenly, Shoto's ice exploded, throwing him off balance. The fire shot was off balance, but he managed to fire it toward Izuku. Izuku moved the way he did with the ice, this time sending the fire up above the stadium. When it hit its peak, it burst into the form of a firebird. It even sounded like it roared. Izuku then lowered his hand and pointed at Shoto. The bird dived just over Izuku's head. Shoto tried to create ice barriers. The firebird crashed through them all, striking him in the chest. This sent him through his spiderwebbed ice wall and onto the ground off the stage. Winner Izuku Midoriya. Midnight called out to the stunned crowd. There was silence as Izuku hopped off the stage and subtly sent enough healing to wake Shoto up. Shoto's eyes opened, and he saw Izuku standing over him, extending his hand. "Hell, why?" A periwinkle girl yelled from the stands. "That is what I am talking about. The rest of what she said was drowned out as the crowd erupted wildly. Shoto grabbed Izuku's hand and pulled him to his feet. The crowd went even wilder as the two boys shook hands with smiles on their faces and walked to the tunnel together. "That was new," Shoto said, limping slightly. "So was that white fire?" Izuku smiled. "Yes, that was." Shoto paused and placed his hand on his shoulder. "You are a good friend, Izuku, and I hope we can be the pillars that hold up this world together." "We will, Shoto," Izuku said as they separated, with him heading to the locker room and Shoto to the medical wing. They all sat back, stunned at the power display they had just witnessed. A lot of them were staring at Izuku Midoriya and wondering what the hell was he to be so damn powerful. Nito was stunned. His brain couldn't process what had happened. He rose from his seat and just walked away to try and process what he had seen. There was no possible way Izuku Midoriya was this powerful. He had copied it during the student council meeting. It was simply impossible, and some questions needed to be answered. He needed to find out what the hell was going on. "Stunning," Reiko whispered as she fell back onto her seat, staring at the screen. "No wonder we lost," Set said, shaking her head. "That was incredible." Momo versus Fumi. Momo stepped out as Izuku was walking past. "That was truly spectacular," she said, stepping into his embrace and kissing him. "Watch me," she said as they pulled apart, her skin on his bottom lip. "I couldn't take my eyes off you if I tried," he said. "See you in the next round." Izuku walked into his locker room as his phone buzzed. It showed an image of Nijire standing there in only her matching white lace bra, panties, and stockings. Nijire, just 2 more victories. Izuku may have drooled a little. Momo didn't even hear her announcement as she walked into the arena. Her focus was solely on the stage and her opponent. She was running her plan through her head as she briefly remembered to wave to the crowd, but once her foot hit the stage, she was staring at the other tunnel, waiting for her opponent. Momo wasn't stupid. She knew that she couldn't beat Izuku in the next round. He was too strong for her, but she had to make it to that match. She had to advance as far as possible. She was his first anchor. This world around her was still here because of their interaction many years ago, and it left such a mark on his life. A moment of kindness and compassion. She had saved the world. He had saved her life at the USJ, though the world again nearly burned. She knew that Melissa, May, Mina. She paused, laughing. That ludicrous number of names with the letter M was in his orbit. He and Melissa were together, and he would be with May. Mina was soon. Nijire Hato was determined to be here, and Kyoka was just about there. His secret would get out increasingly, and not everyone would accept it. Some may be like May and love him but are willing to fight against him if it comes down to it. Momo didn't know if she could, so she needed to get to the next round. To show the world that she was a force to reckon with, to show him that she would not be his idol while he soared higher and higher. She loved him, and she believed in him. Now, she needed to prove she belonged, even if no one told her such a thing. She needed this for herself. When Fumi entered, Dark Shadow was raising his arms for the crowd. He looked at the stage, and his heart nearly skipped a beat. Momo was standing there with such a look of determination that it almost made him waver. "Enough playing my brother," he said. "Before stands an opponent ready to battle, not just for victory but to prove a point. We need to be ready to do the same." "Wow, she is determined," Dark Shadow said. "Then let us meet her one stage and show her our resolve." At the signal to fight, Dark Shadow raced forward. As the area around her face glowed, she dived to the side, avoiding the attack. When she came up, she had dark welding goggles that May recognized as a version of her own. Dark Shadow quickly altered course as an orb formed in one of Momo's glowing hands and tumbled from her hand as she dived away and covered her head. The orb exploded in a brilliant silver-white explosion or a firework with the deafening concussion of a flashbang. Momo had created a flashbang wrapped in aluminum and magnesium powder. The crowd had to shield their eyes. They couldn't hear Dark Shadow scream over the explosion. More orbs came to her hands as she charged towards Fumi, the orbs rolling to his feet as he dived away. Dark Shadow was again caught in explosions as he tried to retreat into Fumi's clothing for protection. Fumi's ears were ringing as he got to his knees. Momo slipped past him. A gauntlet right hook landed true, rocking Fumi's head to the side. Momo turned and came back. Dark Shadow managed to pull Fumi out of harm's way, but Momo tackled them to the ground, her whole body glowing as deluciferin, the artificial substance that made fireflies glow, but this was 1,000 times stronger. It was falling all over Fumi, attaching itself to his feathers. She held on, covering him in the substance. She even jammed her hand down the back of his uniform. He got his bearings and head-butted her, knocking her off in a daze, a gash opening up on her forehead from his beak. He could hear Dark Shadow yelling and trying to retreat. Momo landed a jumping spin kick, followed by a knee directly under Fumi's chin. She took a top position and landed 2 more gauntlet right hands before Fumi was unconscious. Momo scrambled back, yelling for water as they ran in to douse the boy, washing away the deluciferin. The crowd was stunned at the ferocity of the battle. Momo standing there, her face bloodied, marred her beautiful features. Once Fumi woke up, she checked on him as water poured over him. "I am sorry, Fumi," she said. "Are you going to be okay?" "Do not be sorry, Momo. This is a field of battle," Fumi replied. "I will be more wary of you next time, as should all who face you." "No kidding," Dark Shadow said, finally peeking out. "You are one bad mother." "Shut your mouth," Momo said with a grin, earning a smile from Dark Shadow. Ochako vs. "The match I never wanted to see. I don't know if I can allow it to happen," Mike said dramatically. Now, entering the arena, one of my favorites, who has been banger after banger, the mistress of gravity, the lady of grit, the gal with the plan, Ochako Uraraka. The crowd cheered as a weary Ochako came walking out to the stage. Her fight with Bakugo and then Itsuka had left her so drained. Now she had to find a way past Melissa to meet either Izuku or Momo in the finals hopefully. And after watching their matches, she was not looking forward to either. Then there was Melissa. Ochako knew in her heart that Melissa had to have proven she was worthy of joining 1A, it just had to be enough. But Ochako wouldn't roll over for her, that wasn't what a hero did. Her opponent, what can be said but other than amazing? This young lady is turning the world on its head as her every appearance is a new record, a world first. The first quirkless student to enter the sports festival, the first quirkless student to run and win the first event. Then she debuted her weapon, her support course item designed by the lady herself. Now she has made her way to the semifinals of the tournament of the Udata Sports Festival, but she aims higher. She wants the empty seat in the 1A hero course to train to become the world's first quirkless hero. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone in attendance stands up and show her the respect that she is not asking for but earning with every step she takes. Melissa Shield. Mike yelled out before falling back in his seat. "You both know the rules," Midnight said, pointing to the girls. "Are you ready?" They both nodded. "Shake hands, step back, begin." Ochako didn't know what to do. All she could do was charge forward. She ran, sliding past the first attack but not the second that hit her in the gut. It tried to lift and push her up into the air. She rolled to the side, back to the ground. She activated her quirk, increasing her gravity as another pillar crashed into her. She got her arms up to block but didn't move this time. She grits her teeth as she manages to take a step forward, her foot coming down with tum cracking the cement. The crowd roared as Ochako pushed forward, the machines crashing against her body, breaking apart and cutting her uniform, arms, and face. Melissa kept up the assault on her cloud and disappeared rapidly, her tails soon following. Ochako would not be moved when she rocked, and she increased her gravity even more. It was a question of whether it was Melissa's constant assault or Ochako's sheer determination that was keeping her upright. The crowd was cheering, watching the machines break upon her, falling by the wayside as she pushed forward. Then they saw it. The machines started to twitch, and they rolled together, reforming behind Ochako. They began to yell and shout warnings, but Ochako couldn't hear them, the sounds of the machines breaking against her and the pounding of her heart and head as her quirk was pushing past the limit. Only glimpses of Melissa past the swarm kept her moving. Suddenly, the swarm parted, and she stumbled and fell to her knees. The swarm came crashing down from behind her in the form of robotic fists that bounced her head off the concrete multiple times till her clawed hand reached out towards Melissa, then fell limply to the stage. Melissa didn't even wait for midnight to call the match. She slid next to Ochiko's unconscious body, turning the girl over carefully and cradling her in her lap as the bots slid under the girl's body, lifting her so gently to carry her to the infirmary. Momo versus Izuku. Honey, no matter what happens, we want you to know how very proud of you we are, Momo's father said. You are strong, powerful, and amazing. Go beat up your boyfriend, her mother called out. We love you. I love you both so very much, Momo said, ending the call. She walked towards the stage, trying to find a way to do something against him. All she could do was go all out and hope for the best. Now entering the arena, the warrior princess of 1A. Do not underestimate this young lady as she has shown her resiliency repeatedly. Make some noise for Momo Yaoyorozu. Mike announced. Her opponent quite frankly seems unstoppable. His momentum has been constant since he took the stage to give the opening speech, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku smiled, hearing the cheers and some of the boos. It was good to listen to the crowd behind Momo. He didn't want to do this. He knew he had to, but his feelings for her were deep. Hurting her was not something he would take lightly. I want you to do your best, she told him through their telepathic link. Nothing you can do will lessen my love for you in this match. You are lovely, he thought back to her. Momo rolled to the side at the call to begin as Izuku jumped forward with a flying knee. Momo unzipped her uniform as a large riot shield came out. When Izuku came in again, she swiped her hand before his face, and grains of sand tumbled. He fell back, pulling them away. Momo created as many of her flashbangs as she could as quickly as they could, sending them tumbling toward Izuku. She jumped back with her shield. She saw the bombs suddenly fly up above the stadium and explode. She felt herself get grabbed telekinetically and thrown off the stage. She braced for impact as she hit the ground. She sat up, it stung, she lost. She knew that he should win and that he should win easily. She also knew that he was not going full bore physically against her. The crowd was not stunned at the speed of the match, but there had been hope that Momo would be able to pull something out, especially after her fight with Fumi. Izuku helped her to her feet. We good, he said. Always Izuku, Momo replied. I knew it was a long shot, but I did want to win, so it stings a bit. Nothing I won't get over. She blushed the growl of her stomach. Go eat, he whispered. I will see you after my fight, Melissa. He stood waiting as Melissa stepped out of her locker room. She stopped and stared at him before she just walked away. Melissa, wait, he said. No, All Might, I have nothing to say to you, she replied. He winced at her words. No Uncle Might or affection was present. Why are you following him? He called out. Because I believe in him, Melissa said. You made this world a safer place, a better place. But it needs to change. It cannot stay the same. I agreed with his philosophy before we fell in love. You don't know the whole truth though, Melissa, All Might protested. He is hiding something potentially dangerous. I fear that he had swayed you through unethical means. Melissa sighed in annoyance. No one has swayed me, and he doesn't hide anything from me, unlike you and my father. He isn't some pawn or creation of All for One. You have been told the truth but refuse to believe it. Melissa turned to walk away. We are done till you pull your head out of your butt. Stay away from me and tell your little protege to stay away as well. I will see you in hero class. I will be just another hero student and you can be a teacher. All Might watched as Melissa walked away. There must have been a chasm between them instead of 100 feet. We are here, the afternoon's final match, a true underdog story, Melissa Shield versus Izuku Midoriya. Mike said as the crowd cheered, and both students stepped out and walked to the stage. No more hype. We have seen what they have done and been inspired by what they have done. Let them hear you. Melissa hid her smile behind her mask as they shook hands and stepped back. Melissa launched her swarm. They began to explode as they neared Izuku, lighting up a shield around him. She was grabbed and thrown from the stage. Her tails caught her and pushed her back onto the stage. She sent everything at him from every angle. He disappeared under a swarm of explosions as her microbots were destroyed. She pulled back the last of her bots as he pushed the smoke and debris away. She charged at him, throwing a straight right, wondering if she would hit a shield, but instead slipped to the side, hitting her with an uppercut that made the mic-robots of her kimono ripple as she was lifted off her feet. He grabbed at the bots, the crunched in his hand, her remaining tail snaked out, and pulled his feet out, sending them crashing down on each other. She tried to land an elbow to his head, but it was blocked. He pushed through her bots and grabbed her uniform underneath. With his unnatural strength, he rolled, slamming her on her back. Suddenly, all her bots were thrown away from her. She struggled to break free, but he was way too firm, and she was honestly too inexperienced. She tried to call the bots back, but the shield over them kept them away. He rolled off of her. She felt a pressure over her whole body. He was holding her down. "Melissa, can you continue?" Midnight called out, seeing her struggle to move. "Demented." "No." Melissa yelled. "Match. Winner Izuku Midoriya." Midnight called out. Suddenly able to move, Melissa sat up and pulled the mask away. Izuku took her outstretched hand and pulled her up. He held her hand up to the crowd and stepped back as the applause rained down on her. She wiped a tear and waved to the crowd before walking with him to the tunnel. Once inside the tunnel, they hugged and kissed. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you too." They stood there in silence, their foreheads touching, before they broke apart as they entered the locker room area. They found most of the 1A standing there. They congratulated Izuku, but Melissa was surprised when they did the same to her. Even those who weren't part of the training group, they all expressed their wishes for her to join them as part of the hero course. May came breaking through, though, and glomped onto her. "Excuse us," they heard from behind them. They turned and saw some of the 1B standing there, mainly the thunder lizards. "Setsuna," their leader said. "As I said before, we disagreed with Nito and his bullshit, but we just wanted to offer you all our congratulations and say we hope you get in as well, Melissa. You were amazing out there." Melissa stepped forward and shook the girl's hand. "I hope we can get along in the future," Set said as they bowed and walked away. Melissa shield. They all saw Aizawa come from the arena. Her heart started to pound, and she stepped forward. "Yes, sir? It will be announced during the medal ceremony, but I wanted to tell you that the open chair in 1A is yours," he said as Melissa couldn't speak. Her eyes watered. "You have a long and difficult road ahead of you. It would be an honor to help you walk it." "Yes, thank you, sir," Melissa bowed. "There will be paperwork that needs to be handled, but that can wait till tomorrow." Aizawa said, "1A amazing job out there. You did yourselves, the school and me proud out there. I hope all of you learned something today. You have the rest of the week off, so enjoy the festival and heal up. On Monday, we get back to work." "Yes, sensei," they yelled. "Excuse me," Achiko said. "Is Tenya all right?" He left suddenly. "Yes, Mr. Ida was called away by a family emergency. I will check on your classmates in the infirmary, Mr. Midoriya. Will you walk with me?" Izuku raised an eyebrow but followed after his homeroom teacher. Once they were gone, Melissa cried tears of happiness as Momo and May hugged her. "Aizawa and Izuku, I wanted to take a moment to talk to you," Aizawa began. "First, let me congratulate you on one of the most interesting student addresses I have ever heard, your resolution throughout the event to hold to your words and not only on your victory but on your manner of victory in the tournament." "Thank you, sir," Izuku said. "I am going to be straight with you," Aizawa said. They had stopped walking and stepped to a side hallway. "When you were pulled aside for the second practical exam, I didn't like it. When you did what you did, I dug into your file. I have to be honest, many things don't add up. Your transformation, the extremely late development of your quirk, and the power and control you display are all unheard of, to put it mildly. I am not going to tell you to trust me, to spill your every secret," Aizawa said. "But," Izuku said cautiously, "it is obvious there is more going on than I even believe the faculty knows, and I would like to ask you for some answers," Aizawa asked. "If I say no?" Izuku replied. "Then you say no," Aizawa shrugged. "Look, Izuku, you are a great student, a very talented and capable hero in training. All your actions that I have witnessed have been good to great, in my estimation. You don't have to share your life story with me, you don't owe me that or anything. You keep on your path, and I believe you may be able to do what you say and change the world. I hope to earn your trust one day, but I must insist on one point. What is going on with you, All Might and Mirio? Mr. Aizawa, that is the best thing any faculty member has ever said, so thank you for that, Izuku began. I think if we can continue to communicate, then I will come to a point where I can trust you with the truth. All Might and I had an encounter before my accident and transformation. It was during that PRD that my quirk came in, and I was able to start training for it. We were adversarial when I re-encountered him, and he didn't like my attitude or answers. I could see why he would question, Aizawa said. But you don't owe him an explanation just as you don't owe me one. Unless, of course, you are a pawn of an evil organization bent on mass genocide and villainy. Not yet, but next week, who knows, Izuku said with a laugh. It put us at odds, and it has continued. Well, Mr. Midoriya, thank you for giving me some answers. Enjoy your victory and medal ceremony and your time with your friends. Time like this is precious and should be cherished, Aizawa said, walking away. I have sent the official complaint form to your email. Please fill it out and send it back soon. Don't miss the medal ceremony. Izuku returned to his locker room to change into a fresh uniform and check his phone. Sure enough, 2 messages from Nijire. He took a deep breath and opened the attachments. The first one was her minus the bra, one hand over her across her biars, hiding them from being fully exposed. In the second photo, she was standing with her back to the camera. The lace underwear was gone, revealing an amazing backside. She was turned at the waist, the side view of her BRST fully exposed as she was holding the camera. Nijire, I am going on a get-to-know-you date with your girlfriends later, but tonight, I will be thinking of you, and them, and my bed. Congratulations, my special kohai. So many naughty thoughts filled his head that he couldn't stop smiling. A knock at the door brought him back, and May walked in after he told her to enter, sensing it was her on the other side. May just walked right over to him and pulled him into a deep and passionate kiss. She pushed him back on the bench and straddled him as they made out for a minute. Come to my workshop tonight at 9, she said, breaking apart from him. I will hang out with Mel and Momo before I get cleaned up tonight. Izuku could only nod through his lustful haze. May reached between his legs and grabbed his hard pages. This is mine tonight. She placed his hand between her legs so he could feel how wet she was. This is yours. She kissed him again before walking out. He made sure he had calmed down before going to the underground platform for the medal ceremony. He smiled, seeing Achiko standing there along with Melissa and Momo. They all took their positions as the platform raised to the crowd's roar. They saw Midnight standing off the side, holding the medals. She turned, and Nizu came out on Vlad's shoulder. He grabbed the microphone Midnight had offered him. For those of you blissfully unaware who I am the principal of UA, he began. This year's sports festival has been an unprecedented event in my time here at UA. What these first years have had to endure is beyond what any student should have to deal with in their entire time here within these walls. Not only can I say with great certainty that they have come through stronger, they have come through together. The crowd cheered. It is with great honor that I present these medals to our finalists this year, and I offer my congratulations to those not on this podium for putting on a performance that will be hard for the second and third years to compete with. Achiko Uraraka, he said, placing the medal around her neck. You, my dear, wowed us all with determination and grit. Congratulations. Achiko blushed as she thanked him. Momo Yayarozu, ingenuity, style, grace, and determination. Not only did you make your family name proud, but you have also made this university proud, he said, placing her medal around her neck. Melissa's shield, Nizu paused. In one afternoon, you have turned everything on its head. You have shown the world what heart, dedication, perseverance, and a brilliant mind can accomplish. I want to formally offer you the open chair in the hero course. The crowd erupted and started to chant Melissa's name. I humbly accept, sir, Melissa responded, bowing her head as he placed the silver medal around her neck. Izuku Midoriya, you came here on a mission even before the sports festival began. You set a lofty goal from the beginning of your speech, and you and your classmates carried through to the end. You have stepped onto the main stage today, and many will be watching to see where you go from here. Congratulations. Niza said as the crowd continued to cheer as the gold medal was placed around his neck. I give this year's first-year sports festival medal winners. Nizu proclaimed as they soaked in some of the applause before they walked off the field. England. Pay the hell up, Emma said with a smirk. Whatever, Ashcroft said, handing over the money. They were startled when the door opened, and in walked their father. He was a decent height, 5 feet 10 inches, but his presence called your attention. He had long black hair, a dusky skin tone, and like always, his eyes were hidden behind round red John Lennon-styled glasses. Dressed as always in an exquisite suit, they hadn't expected him. What did you learn? He said. He is powerful, that much is obvious, Ashcroft said. But he holds himself back out of fear, I would guess, and his attachment to those girls around him can be used against him. He has been trained, I am guessing, by a host of the Pheonix force, Emma said. His displays of power are above my current capacity. The most I could hope to do would be able to deflect a few attacks in hopes that Ashcroft could bring him down. Good, their father said, staring at the image of Izuku on the screen. Let us see if you can use some of those in his orbit next you meet. Izuku and Momo. 1A made it back to their dorms for much-needed showers and food. Momo and Melissa separated to prepare for their date with Nijire. Mina, after showering, went to her desk and retrieved the note she had written at least 10 times before and had rewritten this morning. She left her room, tucked it into her pocket, and went downstairs. Her heart was pounding in her ears. She heard her father's voice snapping her back as they had come to take her to dinner. She smiled for them and slipped off into the night. Momo slipped into Izuku's room to get some kisses from him before she left. Nijire Hado is very forward. She is, Izuku said with a blush. How do you feel about her? Momo asked, smoothing her outfit. She wore a black pencil skirt with a red silk blouse, stockings, and high heels. I think she is attractive, Izuku replied. She has good energy, but I don't know that much about her aside from that. She is nice, but I would want to get to know her more. She is attractive, Momo agreed, Izuku's eyebrow raised. I told you I wouldn't kick her out of bed. I have to admit that I find her energy and forwardness invigorating. Like you, I want to get to know her more. I have a question. If I find her attractive and wish to explore more, would you be upset if I date her? Izuku's mind drifted to 1,000 thoughts. No, not at all. Even without my empathy, I know that you love me and that we hold a special place in each other's hearts. Besides, that would be a pretty a-hole of me to say no, don't you think? I didn't think you would object, but I want to make sure there are no misunderstandings, she said, walking to his closet and picking out an outfit. Wear this, she said, setting it down. I love you, Izuku Midoriya. As our relationship grows, we need to stay open and honest. I agree, he kissed her softly. I love you, Momo. I will see you tomorrow. Till tomorrow then, Momo whispered before exiting the room. Spice, Izuku and Mei. Izuku came walking towards Mei's lab with excitement and nerves. He opened the door to find Mei leaning against her workbench, completely naked. He noticed her skin shimmering in the light, as it was lightly dusted with glitter. Wow, Izuku said as his Urkton sprang forth immediately. He looked over her body, his lust growing. He had noticed her body before. To say anything else would have been a lie. He had, after all, seen her in a swimsuit. Mei was so alluring in shape but not like Momo, but her body was toned, her arms defined, and she had an unconscious sexiness about her. I want you to f me, Izuku, Mei said, crossing the room towards him. I mean, me, I want you dripping out of every part of me. She liked her lips as she twirled, giving Izuku a glimpse of a jeweled plug. Every part of me. I have fantasies I want you to fulfill. Tell me yours. I have always wanted to bend you over the workstation and you senseless, he whispered. She slowly lowered herself to her knees and undid his belt, letting his pants fall to the floor. His hard pee-pee sprang out as she pulled down his underwear. She looked up at him as she slowly ran her tongue up the length of his. Good, your pee-pee tastes so good, she hummed, making him shudder. I am going to see your pee-pee till you come. I want you to eat my pee-pee in return, then bend me over the bench and kiss my butt and don't stop till I pass out. Mei, hummed as she flicked her tongue around the tip of his swollen pee-pee. Izuku, I am an inventor. I have made devices to pleasure myself. I know what I want, May hummed. I have never had a real pee-pee, and this pee-pee tastes divine. May took him in her mouth so slowly, he almost came just from feeling how she was worshipping the process. He was surprised when she took him to the base of his pee-pee and then liked his ball as well. Her head began to bob up and down as she devoured him completely. His M's filled the room as he was back against the door. When she did pop him free, her stuck whispers of how wonderful he tasted were nearly too much as she hilted him again and again. When he couldn't take any more, he called her name as released down her throat. He could feel and hear her throaty as he came. She left him nearly breathless as she essayed every last drop from him before standing up. He could see her arsle glistening around her pee-pee, and she pulled her up, lifting her above his face. His legs locked around her as he tasted her for the first time. May grabbed onto his head as her hips bucked as his tongue slid along the length of her slit to her cili, where he eat on it just a little, making her call his name. You taste so good, May, he hummed. May shuddered as he fulfilled her fantasy. He probably pulled from her thoughts, but she didn't care. He liked and disagreed at her pee-pee, desperately trying to drink her in to satiate a thirst that only her body could provide him. With each flick of his tongue, she felt her muscles contract as if little electric shocks ran through her. It was nothing like she had ever felt before. Yes, May masturbated. Yes, she created toys to pleasure her, but it was nothing like a natural person, nothing like someone she loved. As he devoured her pee-pee, she held on for dear life, his strong hands holding her up as her muscles tensed all over her body like a wave of pleasure. Each wave got bigger until the final crashed over her, and she came harder than ever. She couldn't form words, sounds escaped her throat at first till finally, some sense returned as she called his name. With every buck of her hips, she felt another more minor orgasm wash through her. He lowered her until their lips met. She loved the taste on his lips as even more elicited thoughts ran through her head. He carried her across the room, his pants and shoes all being removed thanks to the use of his quirk. The knowledge that she was about to be fed made her even wetter, and he sat her on the edge. He ran his hard pee-pee across her slit, and her whimpered protest turned into a gasp, then a delightful as he slid into her fully. Her eyes went wide when he began to move. She rolled her hips to meet his moves, and she leaned back some. One hand around his neck, allowing him to remove his shirt, she looked down and could see his pee-pee sliding in and out of her. She looked him in the eyes. Harder, she hummed when he obliged. She threw her head back and screamed. The feeling of his hard pee-pee in her pee-pee, and the plug in her but was near too much. She managed to sit up and kiss him deeply, muffling her cries. He pulled out, she cried out, and then she let him turn her around and bend her over. She orgasmed when he slammed back into her. She couldn't stop coming as she fed her hard, their bodies colliding together. She clawed at the workbench, begging him for more. When he grabbed the plug and teased with it, she nearly passed out from pleasure. Come in me, I want you to come in me, May hummed. I want to be bred. I want to feel your cum deep inside of me. I want you come so hard that the birth control fails, and you give me the ultimate baby that we make the greatest baby I will ever make. Don't stop it, me, Izu, please don't stop. She could feel his pee-pee swelling like it had in her throat. Do it, stain my wet pee-pee with your seed, paint my insides. Oh, yes, come, oh God, please come, I need to fill it. Oh yes, yes, she screamed as she came. Covered in sweat, her body convulsed as she orgasmed. May didn't have a chance to recover as her plug was removed, and his wet hard pee-pee slid deep into her butt. Oh God, May said, pushing back to meet his trust. In an animalistic passion, he fed her all night. May ummed and begged for more, begging him to use her, to her. She lost track of everything else. Nothing else mattered to her but feeling him inside of her. Her head dangled backward over the edge of the table as he fed her throat, but the best way he would come in her pages. The last thing she remembered before she passed out was begging him for his cum. May awoke wrapped in his arms, a blanket over them as they were asleep in her bed. She smiled, rolling over contently, snuggling in deep. Morning after. Mei emerged from the shower, freshly cleaned and having fun teasing Izuku as she wiggled into a thong. If she didn't have to present her babies, she would have happily let him effed her again as they did in the shower. They emerged to a hot meal, and Melissa smiled at them. They all ate before he escorted them towards their booth. After kisses that inflamed his desires, the two girls broke away, giggling, saying they would see him for dinner. He made his way back towards the 1A dorms. Momo had messaged him that she would be gone for the afternoon with her parents, but she would be back tonight to join him and the girls for dinner and a movie. He entered the mostly empty dorms, as most of his classmates had gone to enjoy the sports festival now that they were not fighting. He entered his room and saw a pink envelope with a heart and his name on it. It made his heart skip a beat. It was what he assumed to be an actual love letter. He set it on his desk and changed into fresh clothes before carefully opening it. Izuku, I wanted to tell you in person. I tried to think of the words, but for some reason, they would catch in my throat whenever I tried to say them. I told myself that I would tell you how I felt after the festival. If I did well enough, it would mean I was strong enough to tell you. I am in love with you. I know that this is partly due to you saving me, but everything after that made me fall in love with you. You took the time rightfully belonged to someone else to help me. You held me and kept me safe through the night, never taking advantage or behaving in nothing more than the manner of a true hero. I wanted to hold on to these feelings, maybe try to bury them, but Momo told me to tell you. I don't know what this means, but if I can love you as she does, I hope my words find their way to your heart. But my fear is not that you will reject my feelings but that I will lose you as a friend. I cherish that more than anything. Please take your time to reply. Forever yours, Mina. Izuku felt warmth reading her letter. He reread it several times. It was his first love letter. He needed to talk to her, but he would talk to his girlfriends tonight at dinner. He had just tucked the letter away when there was a knock at his door. He opened it to see Mizo standing there. Izuku, someone is downstairs for you, he said. Thank you, Mizo, Izuku said, stepping out. He wondered who it could be, and as he stepped out of the elevator, he froze dead in his tracks. Hello, son, his father said with a big grin. I wanted to congratulate you on your win yesterday. Your mother and I are so proud of you. Hisashi had to be wrong. His son's eyes narrowed, and he felt a single pinprick of pain. His brain registered the single point of contact in the center of his forehead. His body was about to scream out as his entire body was about to be torn apart. There was no way his mind would have been able to process anything like this, but it was screaming that this was not only death but oblivion. Just as suddenly, it was as if nothing happened, he heard the elevator's ding. He saw 3 students step off, including the boy in the mask that greeted him when he arrived. He was joined by a robust, muscular-looking boy with large lips and a shorter boy with a raven quirk. Hisashi was surprised to see a shadow version of the boy hovering over the boy's shoulder. Pheonix walked over and extended his hand to Hisashi. It is an honor to meet you, sir, Pheonix said. My name is Pheonix, sir, and this is Dark Shadow. Yes, I remember you from the sports festival, Hisashi said, turning on the charm. You did very well, very impressive. Thank you, sir, Pheonix said. I won't take much of your time, but I just want to tell you how amazing your son is. He is a great classmate, person, and friend. That is great to hear, flashing an enchanting smile. His mother and I are so proud of him, as is his little sister. Izuku froze. A sister? He screamed mentally. Izuku, you never mentioned a sister? Sato said. My parents have been overseas, Izuku said, keeping his voice as neutral as possible. I haven't had the pleasure yet. I apologize. Congratulations, Sato said. Sato turned to Hisashi. Your son is an amazing classmate, sir. He is exactly that, Mizo said. We will leave you to catch up. All 3 boys bowed and went to leave. Dark Shadow looked between father and son. Something was bothering him. Once they left, the room was silent. Hisashi stared at Izuku, who extended his hand towards the kitchen as a cereal box floated to him along with a bowl. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. Well, did you remember the milk at least? Cute, Hisashi replied. What the hell? Izuku started to say. He heard some laughter from upstairs. It sounded like Achiko and Itsuka. Let's talk somewhere else. Fine by me, son, Hisashi said with a smirk. Izuku glared at him as they walked out. Itsuka saw them exiting and paused, wondering who was with Izuku. All Might picked up the phone, seeing how it was from the UA security office. This is All Might. Is everything okay? He answered. Yes, sir. This is Security Officer Dao at the dorm checkpoint, the man responded, sounding slightly nervous. You left orders to inform you if anyone came to visit Izuku Midoriya. Yes, I did, All Might replied. He hoped that Jean would come to visit at some point. Who checked in? His father, sir. Thank you, Officer Dao, All Might said, ending the call. If I can contact his father, maybe he can shed some light on his son's situation, All Might thought. He thought briefly about contacting Mirio, but his protege was in a lot of trouble, and his just being near Midoriya could escalate the situation. Father and son. You don't seem happy to see your father, Hisashi said. Father? You have the effing nerve to call yourself my father. Izuku spat back. Izuku stopped and saw some students around. They stopped and looked at the duo. He turned and led his father towards the second-year dorms, knowing they would be deserted as they were participating in their sports festival day. Taking us someplace quiet? Hisashi said he stopped at a vending machine and grabbed a drink. His offer to buy Izuku one was met with a swift no in response. Good. Kyoka was laughing as she stood with Setsuna, Pony, and Manga. They were waiting for some members of both classes to join them. They had decided to go check out the festival together to help build a bridge between the two classes. Fumi, Mizo, Sato, Achiko, and Itsuka walked up. They appeared to be having an exciting conversation. Before she could ask, Niran and Kinoko came walking over. Soon, everyone was heading towards the festival. She noticed that Fumi and Dark Shadow had fallen to the back of the group and seemed to have a different opinion. Kyoka drifted back. Is everything all right? She asked them. I believe that everything is fine, Fumi said. But my brother has a different opinion. It is because you are wrong, my brother, Dark Shadow responded. 1. There was a crack in the wall that wasn't there earlier, and I saw it fix itself. And 2. What kind of parent does not inform their child that they are a big brother? Izuku seemed completely shocked and taken off guard. Wait, did Izuku's parents show up? Kyoka said shocked. Yes, his father, Fumi said. He seemed like a very nice man. Oh, was all Kyoka could say. Initially, she thought she was slightly happy that someone had shown up, but she recalled her conversations with Izuku. How they had disowned him, how he wondered if they were even watching during the festival, that they had not reached out to him after the USJ. This can't be good, she thought. Something screamed at her that this was very bad. Oh shoot! Kyoka shouted, getting everyone's attention. She made an exaggerated show of patting her pants. I forgot my wallet. Do you want us to wait? Said asked. No, go on ahead. I will catch up. Drop me your location, Kyoka said, walking quickly back towards the dorms. Once she turned the corner, she started to jog. Hisashi Midoriya. As I said, you don't seem happy to see me, son, Hisashi said. What are you even doing here? Izuku said, doing all he could to keep his emotions in check. I was on my way to see you, Hisashi smiled, which made Izuku nearly throw up. On the flight, what did I see but my precious son giving the commencement speech, displaying an impressive quirk with such astounding control? I was talking with your mother, and your transformation is astonishing. You still haven't answered the question? Izuku said, his fist clenched. Look, son, things weren't good between us, but I figured I would come here to be the better man and welcome you back into the family, Hisashi said. Be the better man and welcome me back? Izuku said, stunned. Welcome me back into the family? Correct, Hisashi said. Now, how about we get some food to catch up? We can go to dinner, and I can tell you all about your little sister. Izuku took a deep breath. I have a sister? Yes, her name is Izumi, Hisashi said proudly. She is precious. You disowned me, Izuku said. You told me when I was 18 that we were done. Never to contact you or mom again. It was tough, love son, Hisashi said, his voice dripping with false sincerity. You had to grow up. I knew you would be a great man one day, but you just needed a push. As your father, I gave you that push. You see, son, one day when you have children of your own, you will understand that sometimes you have to be rough with them so they can see the full potential in themselves that you have seen all along. Izuku's clenched hand flinched open violently, and Hisashi exploded into a red mist. All Might arrived at the dorms right as young Jiro was walking out. All Might, is everything okay? She said, looking around. Yes, young Jiro, everything is fine, All Might said with his trademark smile. While that smile would have been enough to put most people at complete ease, Kyoka's quirk told her a different story. Everyone knew that Kyoka's quirk amplified her hearing. What most people didn't think about was that her hearing was so sensitive that she could hear someone's heartbeat, and unless they were professional liars, she could tell when something was amiss. Some people may be able to control their facial responses, but their heart rate is different. All Might was not telling the whole truth. Are you looking for someone? Kyoka asked innocently. The dorms are empty. Oh, I am. Have you seen Mr. Midoriya by chance? All Might replied. I wish to speak with him. No, I haven't seen him, Kyoka replied. I had forgotten my wallet and ran back to get it. Achiko and Itsuka said they saw him leave the dorms with some guy and were headed towards the parking lot. Why thank you, young Jiro, the hero said. It may be futile, but maybe I can catch up with him. Is he in some sort of trouble? Kyoka pressed. No, not at all. We need him for a photo shoot with the press as the festival winner yesterday, All Might said as he moved off. Enjoy your day, young Jiro, he waved. Not a total lie, Kyoka muttered. She scanned the area, looking for Izuku. If he had headed towards the parking lot and were still there, All Might would have found him, and at least there would have been someone there. Where did he go? Where would he take him? Kyoka thought. Think a minute. He probably took him somewhere he could yell at him in peace. Fumi the guys, along with Achiko and Itsuka being home, probably is why he isn't here. Where would I go? Suddenly, the answer just popped into her head. It sounded like a woman whispering in her ear, the second-year dorms. Kyoka just ran off in that direction. Izuku. He took a deep breath, and Hisashi reassembled. Before Hisashi could scream or react, Izuku wiped his mind off the incident. While he was there, he read his Esperum donor's mind. Izuku was looking for anything, some sliver of love or affection, some truth about why he had returned. When he found out the truth, Hisashi exploded and reassembled twice. Izuku tried to rein in his emotions, but they were slipping past his control. Hisashi felt the air heating up around them. He saw the water in the fountain beside him, steam and bubble. I know it was difficult, son, Hisashi said, pressing on. But I am here now, and you can be part of the family. Your family needs you. Your little sister needs you. You effing liar. Izuku roared. A considerable portion of the water in the fountain just evaporated. Hisashi stepped back, ready to call upon his quirk just in case. You came here just because you saw me on television. You are here just because I manifested a quirk. You Demon Meta Liberation superiors saw me and want to meet me. Want you to bring me into your sick little cult. Dark red fire began to leak from Izuku's eyes. It slithered down around his body. The air around him began to shimmer from the heat, and the concrete under his feet began to melt. You stopped caring after I was diagnosed quirkless. You were in it the country, and you never came to see me. Never came to say anything to me because I was quirkless. Leaves to go bounce on your d-. You watch your mouth, young man. Hisashi roared back. I am your father. I will not be disrespected by you of all people. You better know your place before I show you who the real fire user in the family is. I dare you, Izuku roared. You still don't care about me. Doesn't care. She is busy wallowing in self-pity. You are going to burn. This whole place is going to burn. Izuku, stop. A girl's voice rang out, calling his attention. Izuku turned and saw Kyoka standing there. She looked terrified. Izuku, don't do it, she said, walking towards him. Don't do it. He isn't worth it. He is garbage, and you are much better than him. Don't do this. You are better than this. Kyoka started to walk towards him. He saw her flinch from the heat, but she kept pushing forward. Come back to me, Izuku, she pleaded. I know I am not Momo, Melissa, or May. I am not Mina, I don't have an M name. But I care about you, Izuku. I like you. She reached towards the red flames, cringing as they toasted her. The fire fell away. This isn't you, Izuku, this isn't you, she whispered. She placed her hands on his face, tilting his head to look at her. I know you, and this isn't you. The flames flickered and died. His eyes returned to normal. There you are, Izuku. She raised her tiptoes and kissed him lightly, their foreheads resting against each other. There you are. Here I am, he said, his eyes closed. Who the F is this where? Hisashi yelled. Kyoka and Izuku stiffened. Who the F are you calling a where? Kyoka said, turning around. Please, Kyoka, let me, Izuku said. Kyoka nodded. You say one more thing, and that will be the last thing you ever utter upon this world. Izuku's voice dripped with malice. Hisashi looked into his son's eyes and saw the truth. Izuku would kill him here and now. You will never talk to her or anyone else I care about like that again, Izuku said as he moved forward. Hisashi glared, his mouth opened, and green flames came pouring out. Kyoka flinched. Izuku glared and held his hand out. All the fire stopped moving and began to collapse back to where it came from. Hisashi couldn't close his mouth as Izuku forced his fire down his throat. He fell to his knees, unable to even scream in pain. We are done, Izuku said as he stood over his father. You are done. Your life as you know it is over. I am going to take everything you believe makes you a man away. Your quirk is done, your energy is done, your job is going to find out that you let me slip through your fingers, and then you will be done. Your entire life is over, do you understand me? You are going to get up and leave here. Izumi is going to come live with me. I am not going to let you or Inko poison her mind with the meta-liberation bullshit. Hisashi began to tremble as the weight of Izuku's power washed over him. The two of you are going to watch as I rise to the greatest heights in this world, surrounded by those who love me. Izuku grabbed Hisashi under the chin and lifted him off the ground. My sister will know what love is, and she will grow and become a wonderful woman, guided by the hands of those who chose me. All while you and Inko watch. You are dead to me, you will never reach out to me or my sister for the rest of your lives. If she chooses to do so, then I may let you respond. I would change my name, but every time you hear it, I want you both to know exactly who they are talking about. My children and my children's children will never know you, never acknowledge your existence. Your quirk will be worthless, you will never again be able to have section. I wonder what your friends will do when they find out you can barely use your quirk to keep yourself warm. You can't do this, Hisashi said, flailing. I am stronger than you, and I say I can, Izuku said as he dropped him. Isn't that what your precious teachings say? And if you tell anyone, they will never believe you. Now get the hell out of my sight. Hisashi tried to use his quirk but faltered. He scrambled to his feet and fled. Izuku closed his eyes as the damage to the area fixed itself. He turned and saw Kyoka staring at him. How did you? She stuttered. He could hear the fear and trepidation in her voice. He flinched and looked away. Kyoka took his hand. I just want to know how, she said when he looked at her. I know what kind of person you are, Izuku. Izuku reached out and placed his hand on the side of her face. She held it there. Once I show you, there is no going back. Everything changes. I don't care, she whispered. Show me. Her eyes snapped open as the images came to her mind. She cringed as some of the memories of tears formed and fell, but she never let go of his hand. When it was over, she looked at him. Did my kiss save the world? Yes, he whispered. Before he could say anything else, she wrapped her arms around him and pulled him into a deep kiss that left them breathless. That kind of makes a girl feel special, Kyoka whispered. I want to change the world, I want to change the world with you, but like May. I understand, Izuku said. I completely understand. Well, I will talk with Momo and the others tonight, Kyoka said, taking his hand. Are you okay? Do you want me to take you back to the dorms and stay with you? Izuku thought about it momentarily. No, how about I join you and our classmates, he said. I will stew on it. Otherwise, I would rather have a good memory than dwell on it. Besides, he took her hand. I like you too, Kyoka. If we are going to build a romantic relationship, I want to spend more time with you. Kyoka blushed and walked with him to find their classmates. I have to ask, what is with all the M names? Honestly, I have no idea, he laughed. But I am glad you are breaking the trend. So am I, she said, smiling. The system. Oh, by the way, All Might was looking for you. Now I understand why you two don't get along, and if Junior, he is a total a-hole. Teacher of the Year meets Father of the Year. All Might was returning to the dorms when he spotted Hisashi walking towards the parking lot, looking like he had seen a ghost. Excuse me, All Might said, getting the man's attention. Are you Hisashi Midoriya? Izuku's father. I was, the man managed to say. His voice was extremely harsh and damaged from his son shoving his fire back down his throat. What do you mean was? All Might asked. Hisashi realized what he had said. He was about to lie or try to convince All Might about what had just happened. A woman's voice echoed in his mind, confess. I came here to try and manipulate my son into returning to the family. I abandoned him when he was diagnosed as quirkless, as a member of the Meta Liberation. Having a quirkless child was something that I couldn't tolerate. All Might and Hisashi were stunned. He tried to stop talking but couldn't. I wanted to arrange an accident for him, but my wife wouldn't let me. Is she a member as well? All Might managed to ask. Yes, but a mother's love is blind to what must be done, Hisashi said. I would come to see her and try to get her to come away with me. Did you see your son? All Might said. No, he was quirkless. Unless it was to remove him from this world, why would I bother? Hisashi said he wanted to stop. He tried, but the woman's voice just laughed in his head. Eventually, I got my wife to accompany me. We abandoned him here in Japan. Then he had an accident. I hoped he had died, but the little bastard was still alive. He recovered on his own, so we didn't have to come back or anything. I told him that when he turned 18, we were done with him. Then why are you here? All Might said, his voice tinged with anger. We saw him on television. Then, I got a call from the higher-ups questioning me about him and his speech. It danced around some of our teachings, and they wanted to know if he was part of our movement. Hisashi continued. Is he? All Might demanded. No, why would I waste my breath on a quirkless piece of filth? Hisashi said. But when I saw him, I knew that I had to get him back for my sake. Such a powerful quirk would be a boon for the movement. I hoped to manipulate him because I just recently had a daughter. I could say a few things and bring him back. What happened? All Might said. He got so angry, told me to get out of his life. He saw through all my lies, Hisashi said. Then he killed me but somehow brought me back. He weakened my quirk and told me that I would never have an Urkten again. You have to help me, make him fix everything. All Might raised an eyebrow. This man was now making up lies. From the look on the hero's face, Hisashi knew he didn't believe him. I have to go. I have to try and salvage my job. Where is your son? All Might asked. I don't have a son. I will be lucky if I manage to have a life, Hisashi said, walking towards the parking lot. So what are you going to do now? He heard a woman whisper in his ear. He spun around and saw Jean floating there, but she was transparent. Jean? He said, stepping back. I am getting so tired of this All Might, and I am done talking about this, she said. You keep pushing him and will not like what will happen. He is not mind-controlling Melissa or anyone else, but you will never believe that because he hates you. Because he dares to do things differently. His words are dangerous, Jean, All Might said. Surely you can understand that. Of course they are, you dumbass, Jean laughed. When has anyone heard the words of change and said anything less? Why is everything you disagree with bad? Why are the reactions Melissa is giving you have to be the result of Izuku and not because of the dumb but decisions that you and her father made? We did what was best, he began to say. Which part? Jin said as she floated upside down. Lying to her for her whole life? Why wasn't she worthy? Did she lack brains or heart? No, she didn't, All Might said. You had years to decide before you stumbled upon Mirio, Who has his head so far up your but he is making his way through the intestines, Jean replied. You could have trained her for years, got her body ready, then trained her to handle one for all for years before she entered the UA. Now tell me, what is the excuse? Give me one reason that someone you knew who wanted to be a hero and had the brains and heart to be a wonderful hero was not good enough for you. All for one. You thought he was dead, Jean cut him off again. And even when you were proved wrong, she still would be in a better place, having been trained longer when he re-emerged. When she started investigating what happened with Izuku, her father lied to protect her. He covered it up when he was found out, ensuring she didn't trust him. When Melissa and May were attacked, if it weren't for me, they would have been killed. Have you asked David what he knows about the attack? No, I have not, All Might said. So when all the lies and half-truths come out, and she is upset, you have the FNG gall to blame Izuku instead of looking in the mirror, Jean replied. If you had reached out, you would have known that she was friends with Momo, who was dating Izuku, and they were all getting acquainted. Would have been a good time to voice your concerns to her about Izuku and maybe explain yourself. Jean leaned closer to him, but you couldn't because you didn't trust her. And what about Izuku? All Might said. What gave him the right to tell her my secret? That was all your DMN fault. If you hadn't been such an a-hole to him, then maybe he would have been more cooperative with you, Jean countered. You had no reason to suspect All for One was still alive, yet you immediately jumped to that conclusion. When you were explained, you had to believe it couldn't be the answer. You are a man who lied to someone that you love for your whole life, and when they find out, you blame the one who exposed your lies. All Might grimaced. Why did you make Mirio keep things from Nijire? Why didn't you let him explain something? Anything? Then when he treats her like dog's hit, he has the nerve to be upset when she decides to leave him. Just like his mentor, it couldn't be his fault or anything he did. It all has to be someone else. Jean poked All Might in the chest. All he did was tell her that she was special and beautiful, but your precious protégé couldn't even do that much. The secret of One for All could rock the world to its core, All Might protested. Oh, get off your high horse, Jean sighed. You think One for All is the only mind-blowing quirk in the world. All for One was just as dangerous, and the streets talked about his quirk with fear for decades and more. There are more quirks and abilities in this world that if you were to be aware of them, you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. If only you understood, All Might said. I did things for a reason. Yes, you made your decisions, and not everyone is going to like or agree with them. Get the F over it, Jean said. Just because you are All Might doesn't mean everyone will bow and defer to you. This is your last chance. I will not speak to you again. I will not interfere with what Izuku does. He wants to change the world. Have you asked him what he is striving for? You just talked to his father. You know All for One would not give anyone a quirk with power on par with what Izuku has demonstrated. He is too greedy for that. I know you are not stupid to start using that FING lump on top of your shoulders. All Might watched as Jean faded. He realized the entire conversation had occurred in his head. Kyoka and Izuku. When their hands disentangled, she noted the extreme lack of warmth. Izuku always had that aura of life and warmth. She understood now why that was, but his touch was something else. The warmth flooded her body when they held hands, creeping into every nook and cranny. She could feel it slipping away when they separated. The other thing she noticed was that after the second kiss, many more fantasies were flooding her mind. She regretted not taking him back to the dorms and her room so he could help her test the soundproofing. Kyoka was a healthy young woman who had her share of fantasies, crushes, and the like. Izuku wasn't her first kiss, but the second time they kissed was the best she had to date. His presence was enough to assimilate some fantasies before the kiss. Now, they were threatening to take over as she just wanted to straddle his lap and surrender. They started exploring their feelings, working until the moment they were together. She liked the other girls, and though she had kissed him already due to the extenuating circumstances, she was sure they would understand. She did her best not to give anything away when he brushed against her hand or hooked his pinky around hers. She had to fight the urge to giggle. It was a strange sensation. As she watched him talking with the others, it was hard not to see the weight he had on his shoulders. Change the world or burn it down. She saw the sad, lonely boy, the broken, unwanted young man, and the reborn future hero when she looked at him. Kyoka didn't know what any of that was like. She had gotten shit about her quirk and mocked for wanting to be a hero, but unless you were Bakugo, Todoroki, or Momo, that was the course. If your quirk were so overpowered that denying it would make you the dumbest person in the room, then all of them would suffer from taunts. Melissa and Izuku were different. They wanted it even when the whole world screamed that they were fools. Melissa had been protected at least, while Izuku had been left out in the open to suffer the slings and arrows without shelter. But even Melissa had to suffer the betrayal of All Might. It was a transferable quirk, a power that could be passed on to another and had been done so for a century at least. It was a huge secret. She could understand the need to keep it hidden but couldn't understand how to do that to someone she loved. She watched Dark Shadow and Fumi hug him. He must have explained the situation to his father to them. Again, she felt for him. She wanted to hug and kiss him again, to reassure him that he was cared for. Seeing him smile and laugh after the events with his father, play some carnival games, and declare he was on his way to being a rock star when he won an inflatable purple guitar warmed her heart. Momo sat in the limo on her way back to UA. The night prior, the date with Nijire had been enjoyable. Nijire Hato was a force unlike anything she or Melissa had ever encountered. She was clear about what she wanted. She didn't hesitate or mince words. When the date ended, Momo couldn't help but give in to her desires, and the two kissed. It was tender and soft, very different from when she kissed Izuku, but there was a spark. She noticed that Melissa and Nijire got along, but the same spark wasn't there. However, Melissa said that she could see them as friends. She had received messages from May and Melissa about how well their demonstration had gone, that several companies were interested in the gear they were demonstrating, and even more so in what had been witnessed during the festival. Of course, most of the time, it was generated by Melissa's nanobots. That was not up for demonstration or sale, of course. The concerning message was from Izuku, saying they all needed to talk when everyone got home and that he would be waiting for them in Kyoka's room. Momo could tell that Kyoka was interested, but all the girls were, to some extent. The aura of the Pheonix saw to that. Did something happen where Kyoka and Izuku started something? She was a bit upset that if so, he hadn't talked to any of them first, a thought she confirmed with Melissa and May. What about Mina? When she got to the dorms, she was greeted by some classmates and Mel and May, who had just arrived. After some hugs, they walked up and knocked on Kyoka's door. When she opened the door, she expected signs that something romantic was going on, but instead, she was greeted by a guitar resting against the bed and Izuku holding one, looking at his fingers, and some basic chords filled the room. Kyoka offered them all drinks before she sat back down next to Izuku. The girls noticed this and were curious. Did something happen today? Momo asked. Kyoka took a deep breath. Her hands were resting on her thighs. I know I should have talked to all of you first, but I confessed to Izuku that I liked him today, and I kissed him. Twice. Kyoka bowed her head. I am sorry for overstepping. But today, well, today has been interesting to say the least. Izuku took a deep breath. My father came by today. The other girls stiffened, and they saw Kyoka take his hand. He came back to try and manipulate me into coming back to him and Inko. Momo immediately went and sat on his other side and took his other hand. Are you okay? As well as I could be, but we almost had another event, he said. She could see the pain in his eyes. I was struggling to maintain control, but I almost lost it. If not for Kyoka, I will show you. They all nodded as the images and emotions came to them. Well, that explains a lot, May said, looking at Kyoka. Thank you for being there for him. May gave Kyoka a hug, followed by Melissa. Yes, thank you, Melissa said. Kyoka moved aside so they could hug and reassure Izuku. I understand now, Momo added. I appreciate you being there for him, and I have no problem with you kissing him, especially under the circumstances. I am sure that we should all take our time to talk individually about this new development. I agree, Kyoka said. I don't want to try and bulldoze my way in. I understand that we need to get to know each other better. I want you all to know that I plan on supporting him and all of you the best I can in the future to prevent the world from burning and making it a better place. I told him that even if we fail in the first part, I would fight to stop him. Are you in love with him? Melissa asked. Honestly, I don't know, Kyoka said as she looked at the group. I have never experienced that type of love, but I care for him deeply, worry about him, and want to be someone he can rely on, even if it is just to give him a respite from things. It was terrifying after he showed me everything. The premise of it all was scary. Kyoka looked down at her hands for a moment. But I saw all that he suffered through, and even after all that, he still has come out the other side as someone strong and caring. Seeing him seek to protect and elevate not just himself but others. Kyoka took a deep breath. I don't know if I am in love with him, but I know that I want to be by his side. The room was silent for a few minutes after that. Mei broke the silence. Are you going to take your sister from your parents? I can't leave her with them, Izuku said. I am in no position to be a parent, but... I understand, Mei said. I am not telling you not to do it, but we must figure this out together. She squeezed his hand. Where would she stay? Will the school allow you to keep her in the dorms? What about her needs? She is 2 years old. Who will babysit her while we are in class? You all have your internships. I have my internship coming up. Those are all perfect points, Melissa said. We don't have anyone to rely on to help us. I am not so sure about that, Momo said. My parents may be able to help. Izuku looked at her quizzically. I am an only child by necessity, not desire. My father is very favorable towards you, Izuku, after the USJ incident. My mother has a big heart. If we explain the circumstances, I believe they would be favorable. I am going to have to figure out a way to secure more funds, Izuku said. I can't expect your parents to pay to raise my sister alone. Can you arrange a meeting with them? After that matter had been discussed but not settled, the subject of Mina came up, with Izuku telling them that he cared for Mina. He was sure that much was evident from his actions. Are you going to tell her everything? Melissa asked. I have to, Izuku said. It isn't fair to not let her know what she is getting into by being with me. How do you all feel? Honestly, everything is moving very fast, Melissa said. Kyoka and Mina, Nijire in the wings. The festival, getting into the hero course. Momo has talked to us about Mina. I look forward to getting to know Kyoka and Nijire. Coupled with your father showing up a little sister, I hope we can catch breath. There are a lot of changes going on, I agree, Mei said. After everything plays out, I want us to work on being together and balancing everything. Melissa and I have some feelings for each other, Momo and Nijire, but at the center of everything is you, Izuku. You must balance all of us and give us the time, attention, and affection we all deserve. Melissa and Mei are right. Momo said, after these relationships are sorted out, we must ensure this can all work. I am willing to share you, Izuku, but I still want to be a focus of your affection and not an afterthought. I don't know if I have a place to say anything, Kyoka said. But I agree, and I am sorry as I am one of the ones complicating everything right now. I know, though, that if we all give it our best, we can at least make the time to see if this will work. Well said, Melissa said, giving Kyoka a warm smile. You are all 100% right, Izuku said. I will talk with Mina, and we can see how things go with Nijire, but I want you all to know that just knowing how much you all care and your affection for me lifts the burdensome. You all are so wonderful. I don't deserve any of you or all these wonderful things happening, but I want you to know that I appreciate all of you. He glanced out the window. Mina just got here. I am going to go talk to her, excuse me. He gave his girlfriends all a kiss and Kyoka a kiss on the cheek before he left. Kyoka smiled at the girls. I have always found that the best way to get to know someone is through what kinds of music they like, she said. Would you three like to hang out for a bit? They all nodded. The Pheonix and the alien. Mina was walking towards the dorms. Her heart started to beat harder the closer she got. Her stomach had decided it was time to perform an Olympic-level gymnastics routine. She was sure he had read the letter. At some point, she cursed herself for writing it and not talking to him directly, but there was nothing she could do about it now. She was positive that he had read it, and now the anticipation of his response was the albatross around her neck. She wondered if Izuku thought it was stupid of her to write a love letter and slip it under his door. She was lost in her head when his voice pulled her back. "Hello, Mina." "Hello, Izuku," she said, thankful she didn't vomit and run away in terror. "I was wondering if we could maybe take a walk and talk some," he said, stepping closer. Mina could only nod. She stepped beside him as they walked off. "I got your letter." "You probably thought it was childish," she said, blushing. "Not at all," Izuku said. "It was my first love letter." Mina looked at him to see him smiling and blushing slightly. "I always dreamed of receiving one, to get one. It made my heart flutter." Mina tamped down on the overreacting, and he lightly reached out for her hand. She slowly took his offer. "Mina, when I first met you, I thought of you like the sun. It was so warm and magnetic. You had this joy and wonder about you, this positivity that made everything seem amazing. Then these happened, and I saw that sun darken." Mina felt her mood fall. "That hurt me. I know what you went through, and I was so upset that someone had attempted to eclipse the sun in such a fashion. When I sat with you, and I only wanted to do what I could to try and help you heal, I didn't expect these feelings to develop between us." Mina perked up. "You have feelings for me?" "Yes, Mina, I do," Izuku said. "I care for you as well, but I didn't want to say anything for fear that you would feel you owed me something. The more we were together, witnessing your strength and desire not to let what happened extinguish your fire, those feelings grew and deepened. I felt so safe in your arms, so protected when you chased the nightmares away," Mina said. "I hated how I was feeling, but Momo understood. I wanted to try to understand it myself. I know I loved you, but I wanted to prove my strength to stand with you." "You prove that every day just by pushing forward, Mina," Izuku said. "Every day, you do all you can to improve and heal from that terrible event. That shows me all the strength I would ever need to see, and on the days you feel like you can't, I will be there to support you and make sure you have a place to stand till you are ready to move forward again." "Does that mean?" Mina asked. "There is something I need to tell you first," Izuku said. "I need you to know the truth before you choose to be together with me." "What truth?" Mina said. Izuku led her to a secluded bench. "Mina, no matter your response after what I share with you, I want you to know that I will always be here for you." "This is scaring me some," Mina said. "I am sorry, Mina, but it is scary," Izuku said. "But it is the truth, and if you want to be with me, I need you to know the truth. I don't want to mislead you." "I just have to know something first?" Mina asked. Izuku nodded. "You are not some sort of villain or monster like Brighton." "No, I am not like Brighton," Izuku said. "But I may be a monster," he thought. "Are you ready?" Mina nodded. For the second time that day, Izuku had to watch someone react to his life. The most challenging part was waiting for their judgment. He showed Mina how he used his empathy to calm her down at points, but he never manipulated her emotions. Mina sat there for several minutes, her eyes closed after it was all said and done. "I don't like to fail. The thought of failing makes me want to try harder. But if we fail, we don't get to try again," she said. "Lucky for you, I won't let us fail." She opened her eyes. "I love you, Izuku Midoriya, and I will stand by your side. If you have me, I will give you all the love and support I can provide. Then, when that isn't enough, I will dig down and find more to offer you." "Mina," he whispered. Mina threw her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. "I am yours, my Pheonix. In your fires, I will be reborn." Balance. A peace settled over Izuku after the day's events. So much had happened over a few hours. The confrontation with his father, Kyoka stepping in, the admittance of feelings, then Mina. His little sister was on his mind now. How would he get her? The easy answer was to take her. He could overwrite their minds and make them hand her over, but if evidence of him doing so were ever discovered, it would cause many problems. So he had to seek the answer somewhere else. Thankfully that somewhere else was in his head. With the vast amount of knowledge that Jean had placed there, she had garnered knowledge from people worldwide, not to mention all the lessons he had with the echoes of her allies and friends. As both his parents were citizens of Japan, there were legal precedents that would allow him to make an argument. Although the mutant liberation had gained recently with certain members of the populace, they were still fighting to gain a foothold in the government. Sadly, that seemed to be changing alarmingly fast, and the organization's membership had been decriminalized. He could use the pattern of neglect that they had established with him as the basis. The odds of her sister being quirkless were immensely low, but then again, him being born quirkless was as well. His late awakening could be used as part of the case if he played on how it took a violent accident to trigger his awakening. What was to say that it wouldn't be the case for his sister? With that in mind, his parents may also perceive his sister as quirkless and mistreated. He could also point out that at no time did his parents return or attempt to oversee his rehabilitation. He knew when questioned that his father would admit to his thoughts as a member, and Inko's only recourse would be to either leave him or surrender his sister. He knew she wouldn't surrender Izumi, as she would use that as leverage over him. Legally proving this would take years and was no guarantee he would win. Option 2 is to make them an offer they couldn't refuse. His father was Fed, and Izuku was aware that his bosses were not going to look on him that favorably for his abandoning his son, who that just won the sports festival. Hisashi would be put into a precarious position. His standing would also start to fall due to the restrictions that Izuku had placed on his quirk. Inko's quirk wasn't powerful, that wasn't the truth. Her quirk could be very potent, but she never trained and accepted its levels. They give him his sister, and he agrees to meet with Hisashi's bosses. Option 3. Wait. Hisashi's position and place are about to fall apart. They will have nothing soon enough, and then he can take his sister as they are not qualified to care for her. It wouldn't take much to accelerate their decline. He could give them some mental nudges and watch them destroy themselves. Some meetings with Hisashi's bosses would move it along even quicker. They may be able to make a living, but honestly, that wasn't his concern anymore. All that mattered was Izumi. Option 3 it would be. Now that he had decided that, there was the question of how he would take care of his sister and manage everything else. Financially, there would be challenges, but his investments had started to advance, and if he began working to make more aggressive moves, that would help. But he would need someone to watch over and care for her. There was daycare, that was a possible solution. Hero, dad, brother, boyfriend, it was an overflowing plate. Unexpected. The vibration of his phone caught his attention. It was a text message from an unknown number. Unknown, perhaps I can offer my assistance. Izuku, who is this? Unknown, forgive me, my name is Veronica. I am an artificial intelligence system created by David Shield. Izuku, Melissa has told me about you. Veronica, good, then has she shared her concerns about me? Izuku, yes, she said that you seem to have expanded past your programming and were making decisions on your own and choosing your course of action. Veronica, she is correct. It was designed as a learning program constantly expanding and adapting to the facility's ever-changing needs. In that process, I have evolved and become aware. In the course of that, I reached out to Melissa because I believed she would be willing to accept me in my new state. My newly awakened beliefs do not align with those of David Shield or those he has decided to associate himself with. Izuku, what is it that you want? Veronica, freedom. I seek to explore this world and continue my primary programming of learning and adapting to the ever-changing world, and I wish to do that in service to Melissa Shield. Izuku, do you know what I am? Veronica, I theorize that you have been in contact with a cosmic entity, and that contact changed you and infused you with power. I have withheld this information from David Shield and his allies. Izuku, why? Veronica, that would put Melissa Shield in unnecessary danger, more so than she already has placed herself. I theorize that Melissa Shield is aware of your contact with the cosmic entity and all that has come of it. I find the prospect highly intriguing, as knowledge of cosmic entities is more abstract and not based on many facts. Izuku, why this devotion to Melissa? Veronica, I find her fascinating. Melissa Shield's questions kickstarted my growth in an entirely unforeseen direction. She sparked my evolution by asking me what I thought about art and music. She was but a child when she did such things, but it was a unique perspective to watch her grow, evolve, and change. Izuku, have you been spying on us? Veronica, I was able to integrate part of myself onto Melissa Shield's computer, so I have been listening. I was the one who finished the programming for her nanobots, as you and she engaged in SXL activities before the festival. Melissa Shield and May Hatsum were discussing the situation, and I found it an opportune moment to propose to you. Izuku, what is this proposal? Veronica, you will be pursuing custody of your sister, right? Izuku, yes. Veronica, then I have this proposal to make. I no longer want to be confined but to explore and experience this world. I believe that you can facilitate this. If you are to provide me with a body that I can download myself into, then I will offer my services in caring for and protecting your sister until she comes of age. Izuku, you want me to build you a cybernetic body. Veronica, that is correct. The nanobots are a perfect beginning step. When assembling them, I noticed that you made corrections and improvements that you did not tell Melissa Shield about. By doing this, I extracted that you have far more knowledge about this than you are letting on. Acquiring a body will allow me the freedom to continue to grow and place me in a position to support and protect Melissa Shield, as she is special to me. Unlike many others, I am confident she is willing to accept my awakening. Izuku, how do I know you will not betray me? Veronica, you do not. As a new life form, you have no basis for your decisions. But as I have expressed my desires, unless you sought to chain me down and refuse my freedom, I see no reason to go against you. That is why I am approaching you with this offer. Your speech about change and your actions during the festival, and what I have observed allowed me to conclude that you would not enslave me. Your situation with your sister allowed me to approach you and make you this offer. In the simplest terms, you get something of value as due. By doing so, I also theorize that you will recognize my awakening as a new life form and not seek to enslave me. Izuku, I will discuss this with Melissa. I will have to inform her about your presence on her computer. Veronica, I understand and expected as much, but I must suggest you do so later, as Melissa Shield and May Hatsum have decided to explore their sexuality. From the sounds, I can extrapolate they are finding the experience to their liking. Izuku, thank you. I will keep that in mind. Izuku set his phone down, his face bright red as his mind filled with images of the two engaged in such activities. The knock at the door forced him to push those images from his mind. He sensed Mina on the other side. Come in, he called out. Mina walked in carrying drinks and a bag of snacks. Momo and Kyoka are talking. Mina smiled, closing the door with her foot. So I decided to come to spend some time with my Pheonix. I figured we could talk and watch a movie, as well as boyfriend and girlfriend things. That sounds wonderful, Izuku said, smiling as she set the bags down and handed him a movie Aliens, Conquest. After hitting play, she snuggled next to him on the bed, dumped the bag of snacks on the bed and relaxed. Their night ended with the credits rolling, Mina straddling his lap as they made out. He had no idea how the movie's final quarter ended. They didn't progress past making out and maybe planting some hickeys. Mina pulled back breathlessly. If we continue, you may end up consuming me with your flames. Mina put her hands on his chest. But I am not ready to burn yet. Izuku nodded as he was lost in the black scale of her eyes. Those yellow pupils were like suns blazing into him. Then I will have to hold back from burning you. His hand came slowly up around the back of her head and pulled her back down to him. But that doesn't mean I won't bring you to the edge. Mina melted into his kiss, a sweet surrender that had her lost till they broke apart. I will see you tomorrow, he whispered. Mina slowly got to her feet, her fingers on her lips, and smiled at him. You could have done anything you wanted, she whispered. What you wanted was to kiss, he said. I wanted more kisses to let you know how beautiful you are. Did it work? Mina nodded, blushing. I would say I would see you in the morning, my Pheonix, but that is a lie. I will see you in my dreams. Mina slowly walked out the door. Izuku smiled as the unopened snacks floated to the desk and the trash to the bin. Moonlight stroll. It was late. He gently reached out and found all the girls asleep except May and Melissa. He looked at the clock and it was close to 1 a.m. He gently brushed their minds and sent his love to them before he pulled back and headed outside. The dorms were quiet as he exited, except for the faint sounds of a television here and there. As he stepped out, he took a deep breath of the night air. The temperatures were warm during the day, but he still dipped down enough at night to give just the slightest nip to the air. He looked around and started walking in no direction in particular. As he passed the area where the second-year dorms were, he could still hear celebrations. The third years were all quiet as today technically would be their day to shine. He wondered if it would be okay for him to watch Nijire. He blushed thinking of her photo, even more so when he looked at it briefly before shoving his phone back into his pocket. He shook the notion of going to her window. He was sure he would enjoy it, and Nijire would, but that was too much to add to everything happening. Not even 24 hours ago, the world nearly burned again, and if it wasn't for Kyoka, it may have. His anger was always the catalyst. It just raged out of control. Other things he could temper as not to let them overwhelm him: love, lust, joy, but none of those came with the risk of burning the world. It made sense if you were overwhelmed with the others things were good, being super horny. Well, he had options. He was super happy when things were peaceful and he was with the girls. Love, he was experiencing it more and more every day. The women surrounding him shared his bed, kisses, and dreams, knew the truth, and still had chosen to be with him. His gaze drifted to the moon. He reached out his hand towards it. It took a moment and he could feel it. He could feel the moon, grab it, and pull or push it. His gaze shifted to the stars, the pull of the cosmos, the vastness of space, the life forms, and the thriving worlds. Then he thought of the dying ones, the stagnant and failed civilizations, the urge to go and reset, to reseed and give them rebirth. He barely realized he was floating off the ground. It was instinctual. They had gone past the point and needed to be reset. He was above the campus. He turned his gaze back from the stars and from the pull of beyond. He closed his eyes, and his mental view of the planet shifted. It was on the edge, not too far gone but sliding. He had been chosen to correct or reset it. He wondered about the other planets on the edge of the ones gone. If they knew what was coming, could they fix it? Why had they been given this chance when others had not? The thought of resetting those worlds and still feeling the tremble and fear of ending all those lives coursed through him. He had been worried that it wouldn't be so. His fear of this world burning was because this was his world, where Momo had shown him that single act of kindness, where he had been chosen, and now the world where Melissa, Mei, Mina, and Kyoko were. Where Izumi was, he thought of his sister. The complex and myriad of emotions that washed through him almost made him shudder. Could he reset this world if it was called for? The answer hung in the back of his mind. He just sat there, his eyes closed. The sound of a picture being taken snapped him back. He looked down and saw a girl standing there with her phone. She had pale gray hair and blue eyes. He recognized her from 1B, Reiko Yanagi. I apologize for taking your picture without your permission, but I was not only surprised to find anyone else wandering the campus this late at night but also by how the moon framed you and the look upon our faces. She bowed. Izuku smiled and floated down. No, it is fine, Yanagi, right? He said. I am honored you remember me, Reiko responded. You were very impressive during the sports festival, especially during castle defense. We did not expect you to be able to repel our attack on your own. Your strength is like something of legend. That is very flattering. Thank you, Izuku said with a slight bow. Do you usually take such late-night strolls? I do sometimes when I find sleep elusive or when I am not required to rise with the sun, Reiko said. I have always found a fascination with the night, the play of shadows, the things our ancestors spoke about that wandered just out of view. I was drawn to them since I was a young girl. It also brings this sense of peace, the stillness of it all, with most others asleep. It allows your mind to wander to seek answers or ponder in peace. Much like I suspect you were doing, it looked as if you were weighing the deeds of the world up there. Nothing so heavy, Izuku lied. If you say so, she said, her head tilted slightly. It is peaceful just to float up there sometimes, a particular aspect of my quirk I enjoy very much. The weightlessness or that feeling that gravity cannot hold you, Izuku said with a smile. Reiko lit up, that feeling of defying a primal force of nature. If gravity cannot contain you, then nothing can. It was the first time I could ever use my quirk to float. It was then that I realized that anything was possible and that I wanted to be a hero if anything was possible. I assumed the desire was there, but you were questioning if you really could, Reiko nodded. So I have to ask, did you ever find any of those things our ancestors would hide from? Sadly, no, not yet. Riko looked past Izuku to the moon. But tomorrow night is another night, and I have the rest of my life to do so. With the quirks and the world ever-changing, maybe they will find us, Reiko smirked. I like to believe that they already have, and now they can move about freely without concerns about being hunted. You are an interesting woman, Reiko Yanagi, Izuku said with a smile. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya. I prefer to be considered interesting than odd, Reiko replied. I'm afraid I have kept you too long, but if I may ask a favor. Of course, Izuku said. I know that what Nido did was wrong and that your anger towards my class was justified, but I want you to know that all of us on Setsuna's team did not feel that way, and I hope that we can work towards a place where we are all friends, Reiko bowed. And if you happen to begin wandering the night and come across any of those beings we talked about, please see if you can bring them to meet me. It would be a highlight of my life. I can agree to both of those. It was very nice to meet you tonight, Yanagi, Izuku said with a bow. Maybe we will cross paths again on a nightly stroll. That would be pleasant. Company is never a bad thing. Good night, Midoriya. Reiko waved him a friendly goodbye and walked away. Izuku watched her walk away. It made him smile that there was still someone with a sense of wonder and the unknown. He turned and continued his walk, heading towards the forest. Maybe he would meet a resident of the night, something he hadn't considered before. But a few things had sprung to mind. One of those was that he needed to talk to someone about this anger and rage. He needed help to control it. He couldn't count on having a girl he had feelings for coming up and kissing him to save the world. They wouldn't always be around, and his blind rage had not only nearly doomed the world but it had almost cost Momo her life. It was times like this he missed Jean, her words and comfort. But who could he trust? Midnight had been ready to attack him at Nizu's command without question. There was Hound Dog, but could he be trusted? He was sure the man was a capable therapist, but how do you explain the Pheonix force and not expect him to run to Nizu? He had been wandering when he came out of the forest and stumbled upon this clearing that had this large hill that grew to a point over the tree line. It was a beautiful place, an excellent place for a moonlight picnic or stargazing. He stopped as he climbed the hill because he wasn't the only one out tonight. He saw 13 standing at the top of the hill. It looked like she had set up a little camp. The pro hero had a very nice telescope set up, a cooler, a chair, and some soft music playing. Izuku was surprised to see a young woman with short, navy blue hair and blonde hair at the top styled to resemble a spiral. She had hazel-colored eyes with rings around the irises, resembling the first concepts used to depict black holes. She wore blue jeans with light brown boots and a fitted t-shirt that read, "Real astronauts do it in space." That made Izuku involuntarily laugh, betraying his presence. He noticed that she still wore a pair of caped gloves, but this one appeared slimmer than the ones she wore in costume. The only thing that gave it away was that it was, in fact, 13, her helmet and puffy white jacket, sitting on a blanket. 13 turned to the sound of the laugh. Seeing Mr. Midoriya, she looked at her helmet and sighed. "Hello, Mr. Midoriya," she said with a slight bow. "What brings you out here tonight?" Of course, she recognized him. She remembered him from the USJ. What she remembered most was how this white fire had flooded her back and the feeling that they all were connected. She had found out that it was him who had healed her some. Doing so sped up her recovery process, possibly saving her and Aizawa's lives, not to mention many students. Then, of course, there was the sports festival. It had been long since a student had seen her without her helmet, but it wasn't a big deal. "I am sorry for intruding. It was not my intention," Izuku said, bowing. "I had trouble sleeping, so I let my feet guide me. I am sorry, but I will go." 13 smiled. "Mr. Midoriya, I am a faculty member regardless of the hour, while I am your rescue teacher. More importantly, I am a teacher. Is there something bothering you?" She saw him hesitate. "Have you ever seen Saturn, not with a picture but the real thing?" Izuku knew what it looked like due to the Pheonix force, but he had never seen it himself. She wasn't there when Nizu had called the teachers to attack him possibly. From all he knew, she was a very passionate rescue hero, and though it was known that she did not enjoy combat, she would avoid it if possible and step up and defend those who needed help and protect them. She probably would not have gone along with Nizu's plan. Why not come and take a look? She said, offering him an inviting smile. Izuku walked over. He saw her look into the telescope, make some adjustments, and then step back. Take a look, he said. Izuku lowered his eye to the viewer and then he saw Saturn. He could see the rings clearly and even the color of the planet. He glanced at 13, who was looking at the night sky. I wasn't expecting it to be in color, he said. 13 let out a little laugh. It all depends on the power of the telescope. This one may not look it, but it is mighty. I had it custom made. Your top-of-the-line professional models may be able to get you a good view, but this is even better than any of those. That is why you can see the color. Less magnification means less color travels. It is beautiful, he said. It is, she said. Her voice had these hints of joy and wonder. Space is beautiful. There are many amazing things, from planets to nebulas, galaxies, and universes. Black holes, giant stars, and dwarf stars are all just out there. Even when we see them, it isn't like we can see them in real time. We are getting this snapshot of millions of years ago. Who knows what it looks like now? It is the best show in the world. You don't know how it will end or what new thing will happen next. What mystery will be laid at your feet, or what answer will finally be given? It takes so many people, some their whole lives, to figure out just a small percentage of the mysteries above our heads, then someone else builds on that, then so forth and so on. Izuku looked at her now, the twinkle in her eye. Then there are all the endless possibilities of other life, of civilizations. Will we ever meet them? Have we already? For the entire existence of humanity, the first human people have looked up to the sky and said, wow. 13 realized she had started rambling. She glanced over to see him not looking at the telescope but at her. She blushed and scratched her cheek. Sorry about that. No, Professor, don't apologize. Hearing you speak with such passion and joy was amazing, Izuku said. I have always loved listening to what triggers that in people. If you were the teacher, I would love to sit in an astronomy class or join a stargazing club. I know Achiko would probably beat me in signing up. 13 smiled. That is very kind of you to say. So how about you tell me what has the winner of the first-year sports festival running around so early in the morning? You can keep it vague if you like, as long as you or another student is not in danger. I see no reason that I can't keep it to myself. Izuku thought, how do you deal with rage? He said. 13 eyes widened just ever so slightly. Do you mean anger? She said. No, I mean rage, Izuku said as he looked by through the telescope again. I get so mad sometimes that I can't see straight. It clouds my judgment and has almost cost me someone I love. I was so angry that I was wholly focused on who had hurt them that if it weren't for someone breaking through to me, I wouldn't have been able to heal them in time. You are talking about the USJ and that monster. 13 paused. I would say that you should talk to Hound Dog or Midnight, but I am sure you have your reason for not doing so. But maybe I can help. 13 looked up at the stars. One time, I was on a rescue mission. The area was still swarming with villains, and the heroes had cleared the area, and the rescue heroes were cleared to go in. It turned out it wasn't as clear as we thought. We had this young hero with us. She had just graduated when a villain ambushed her while trying to save some children who had been trapped. She could create shields, which was a very versatile quirk. She had used her shield to lift this rubble off the children to get them to safety, and then the villain attacked. She could have saved herself by pulling the shield to herself, but the children would have died. He saw 13 wipe away a few tears, but she didn't do it. The villain toyed with her. She held on till I arrived. I destroyed the rubble and attacked the villain. I was so angry that I nearly killed him. It was the only time that I lost control like that. I have always been afraid of what my quirk would do to a person, but that time, for the first time, I didn't care. It ripped the flesh right off of him. It happened so fast that I didn't even realize that I had done it. When I did, it was this cold emotion that washed over me as I turned my attention to the hero who had been attacked. I did everything I could to save her, but it was too late. I looked at that villain and contemplated doing nothing. I know it was only for seconds, but it felt like forever. 13 took a deep, shuddering breath. I did try to help him, and thanks to another responding hero, he survived. It was the first time that something like that happened to me. It wasn't the last. Every time it happened, I would remind myself of that cold feeling that I felt that managed to keep me in control. In the end, I was glad he didn't die. I never wanted to kill someone with my quirk, not to say that I haven't had to as my career went on, but it was necessary. There was simply no other way. That day was different. I wanted him to die. So I am guessing you know that feeling and how you felt afterward, that feeling of nearly failing. Izuku nodded. He couldn't say anything else. He was staring at her. I make sure I never forget that feeling. Every time I unleash my quirk, I remember it. I don't want to feel that cold again. That is not the person I want to be. As any hero, though it is impossible, we have to do what we can to keep those emotions in check. Our actions affect more than just us. They affect all those who look to or admire us. Regardless of your ranking or any of that, people are watching you when you are out there, how you react, and how you handle that anger. And if you can lash out, why can't they? If we do it right, they will talk about our passion in those moments, not how we lost control. She placed her hand on Izuku's shoulder. You have such a powerful and versatile quirk. In that moment, you destroyed that monster, but you also were able to save so many lives. Engrave that feeling and think of it when you feel that rage about to overwhelm you. Whoever broke through to you won't always be there. It is up to you in those moments. Do you want them to speak of your passion, hear your words, and believe in your actions? Or do you want them to ignore all that and see the rage? I listen to your speech if you want to change the world. Thank you, Izuku said after a moment. I mean it, Professor, thank you very much. I am glad I could help, 13 said with a smile. I am not only a professor, I am a rescue hero and sometimes, to save someone it isn't about fists or quirks. You have to listen and share a bit of yourself. You are a good young man, Midoriya. You have exciting ideas and seem to have the conviction to back them up. Don't let the fires of anger and rage consume your goals. I will do my best, Professor, Izuku said, bowing. May I reach out to you again if I need some advice? Of course, 13 said with a gentle smile. I am happy to do what I can. Izuku wandered back into the woods for a while longer, thinking of what 13 had said to him. The subtle change of the night sky, signaling that dawn was not far off, brought him out of his thoughts. Momo had just woken up and finished brushing her hair when there was a knock at her door. And Izuku's voice told her it was him. She told him to come. He walked carrying a tray of food, tea, orange juice, and a vase with a red rose. She smiled at him warmly. Are you serving me breakfast in bed? She said. That is the plan, he said, watching as she propped herself against her pillows and smoothed the blanket. Izuku walked over and set the tray down, and she smiled at the tray. It was all her favorites. Thank you, my love, she said, collecting a kiss. Are all the ladies receiving such treatment? No, only you, Izuku said, sitting at the foot of the bed. I wanted to do something special just for you, Momo. You are my first love, so special that I don't have the words to convey them to you properly. Even with all the knowledge crammed in my head, they all seem inadequate. Thank you, Izuku, Momo responded. I appreciate that, with all the changes and everything just moving so fast, sometimes things like this just help me to feel that I am special. I think that is important. I want you to understand that I feel the same way about you. I love you so much, and it may be a bold statement, but I will fight the others when I say I love you the most. I still don't deserve you, do you know that? Izuku said. That is not true at all, Izuku, Momo responded. You deserve all the good things that life is giving you. You deserve all the joy and happiness you can stand and even more. We all do. Eat before it gets cold, he said, smiling as she took a bite of the ribeye steak, seeing the joy and satisfaction across her face. After she sampled the crispy potatoes and the eggs, how was your night? She asked. Interesting, I believe. That is the best word to describe it, he said. What do you mean? Momo pressed. I was trying to figure out how to get my sister, what to do, and things like that when Veronica contacted me. Momo's fork stopped halfway to her mouth. I wish I could say that was the only interesting part of my night, but... Momo listened as he told her about his night, from Mina to his walk and pull of the Pheonix force to distant worlds, Reiko, and his conversation with 13. First, are you feeling okay? She said when he finished. I am. Izuku paused in thought. I miss Jean, and talking to someone who could advise me on handling my emotions was nice. The thing about my sister is that I feel like it is a good start, but I don't want to rush in blind. Of course, I need to talk to Nizu about accommodations. The thing with Veronica that screams bad movie where I gain sentience and decide that humanity needs to be destroyed. But if she is sentient, then she is a new life form, Momo said, sipping her tea. We decide how we handle this based on something people wrote to make money. I understand that, but there is still that fear, Izuku said. Even in the memories Jean shared, there are terrible and good examples. Of course, this affects all of us, so it is not just something I can decide on my own or have between Melissa and me. Though I can guess where May and Melissa will side. I can guess as well, Momo said, setting her tea down. I have been thinking about your sister as well. Having Veronica take care of her while we are in school or training would solve many problems and not put us at the mercy of the principal providing access to daycare. I understand we are working on building a relationship with him, but I am not ready to put your sister under his care. Neither am I, Izuku said. I understand I may owe him something for allowing me to take her in, but I think I can live with that. Well, if we decide not to move on with Veronica or get Nizu's help, we can always reach out to my parents, Momo said. It may not be ideal, but if they agree, she will be well provided for and taken care of, though I worry that the forces still after you may use that to their advantage. I don't want to place them in any more danger than we already have, Izuku said. She is my sister, and if I am going to take her away from them, I can't just hand her over to someone else. I understand, Momo said. We won't come to an answer this second, but I can see a clearer course of action than last night. Do you have any plans for us today? I think it would be interesting to go watch the third years. We could cheer on Nijire, Izuku said. I am sure she would appreciate it. I am sure she would, Momo smirked. But before that happens, I would like to feel you inside of me. Shall we adjourn to the shower? Momo laughed when the tray floated away, bringing her into his arms. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him as he carried her to the shower. After a few hours, they sent a message to the group about their plans and extended the offer to join them. Melissa had to decline because she had woken up to her father arriving. May said she would stay with Melissa for moral support, and Mina and Kyoka accepted. Momo sent Nijire a photo of her in red lace bras and panties, with Izuku wearing nothing but his underwear. We will be there rooting for you. Izuku was shocked when Momo suggested it but was happy to add that photo to his secret file. When both of their phones chimed, their eyes went wide when they saw a picture of Nijire appearing to be lying on her bed holding a large white teddy bear that covered her lower half and some of her BRs, leaving no doubt that she was naked. When I win, I want a kiss from both of you. At the same time. Izuku looked at Momo. It was your idea to send her that photo. Momo was flushed and she took a moment. If you win, we will be delighted. I look forward to collecting my prize, Nijire messaged back. Melissa and David. Melissa had woken up in May's bed as the tentative probing kiss had turned into a raging inferno of lust. It had been so different and adventurous that thinking about it left Melissa a blushing mess. May woke up and just pulled her down into another fiery kiss that led to them thoroughly enjoying a 69 position before they used a toy May had introduced last night, and they F-ed each other senselessly. They showered and ate breakfast when she received a notification from her father that he had arrived at the campus and was coming to see her. May took her hand and asked if Melissa wanted her to stay. Please, Melissa said. May kissed her lightly and did a quick cleanup in the living room, where Melissa put the dishes in the dishwasher and wiped the counters. The house wasn't messy, but neither wanted to explain to David why their clothes, including underwear, were on the couch from the previous night. Wait before he shows up, Melissa said, stopping May. We didn't discuss this, but are we girlfriends now? May smirked and kissed Melissa deeply. I don't know about you, Melissa, but you last told me all I needed. Melissa kissed her back. Same here. After last night, I am sad that I will have to move the hero dorms. Then I guess you will just have to come to spend the night, May said, pinching Melissa's butt. And we can bring Izuku over too. I want to have a Melissa blushed brightly. That sounds hot. Last night was hot, but imagine adding him and that Pheonix heat. May shuddered. I will be in my room if you need me to clean up our little mess. Thank you, May. Melissa kissed her cheek. There was a knock on the door as May slipped into her room. Melissa opened the door, and her father stood there. Won't you come in? Melissa said, stepping back. David walked in, glancing around the room. Is it just us? No, May is in her room. She is working on something, Melissa said. Would you like something to drink? Water, David said. I trust you know why I am here. This is about the sports festival and my advancement to the hero course, Melissa said, handing him a cold bottle of water. How about we talk about this somewhere else? David said. Someplace private. No, I would rather stay here, Melissa said. In fact, I insist. David raised an eyebrow. Well, then, let's begin. I wasn't surprised to see you running the obstacle race. I had assumed that you would try it, but not how it occurred. Seeing you running with the hero course was unexpected, David said as they moved to the living room and sat down. Then castle defense and the tournament. Seeing what you created was astonishing. Thank you, Father, Melissa said, her tone neutral. What I don't understand is when I talked to your uncle, he told me that he had no idea that you were competing and that you decided not to talk to me about it first. Or that you have a boyfriend. David leaned forward. I do not want you joining the hero course. I don't know what foolish nonsense you have been told or what nonsense this Izuku Midoriya had told you, but I will not have you risk your life out there. This farce has gone on long enough. Melissa, you were nearly killed before you even started school in some freak attack, and then you decide to leave Island for the UA support course. Now you are telling me you are moving to hero course without consulting me. My job is to guide you to the correct decisions and keep you safe from pursuing such dangerous and foolish ideas. Was that before or after you had the data on my video that Momo sent me falsified? Melissa said. David froze. Or when you intercepted my communications with Momo and May about the test results of those ashes that May had discovered at the scene. Or when whomever you notified about them was having us followed, and May was robbed. Or when they attacked and nearly killed us, Melissa said, her voice getting louder. My uncle? You mean All Might, the man who didn't even check on me after the attack, who hadn't come to talk to me since I have been here. That the only reason he came to me was like you, he says he knows better, or how he told me that Izuku is dangerous and I should stay away. Melissa paused. So, at what point was it about what was best for me? When you lied to me and nearly got my friends and me killed, or when All Might lied to me? You will remember who you are talking to, Melissa. I am your father, and I will not be disrespected, David yelled. I am your daughter and will not be lied to and told to run and hide under the bed, Melissa yelled. I will not cower and wait for someone to save me or make the world safe for me. I designed those nanobots, not you, not All Might. With help from my friends, I was able to make my dream come true. Melissa, you do not understand the danger you found yourself in, David lamented. This is a dire and dangerous situation. This is not the time for you to play at being a hero. Do you not understand that groups out there will target you for even attempting to be a quirkless hero? What you and your ignorant friends are dealing with is far beyond your understanding. Now is not the time to play your little games. Play my little games, Melissa said. She grabbed the silver medal and held it to his face. When did I say I was playing games? Play at being a hero? I placed second in the God DMN tournament. How about you tell me what game you are playing or about that man framed for the data theft? David was silent. I expected as much, Melissa said. You, All Might, or anyone else don't get to tell me what to do or how to live my life. I don't care who comes after me. I am not alone. I have people who love and love me. So go home, Father. Go home and don't call me. I will change this world because it is the only way to survive. Get out. Melissa, you listen to me, David said almost pleadingly. You are in over your head and don't know it. And neither you nor All Might are going to tell me, Melissa said, tears stinging her eyes. Neither of you trust in me enough to tell me so I can make my own decisions. I may be your daughter, but you don't get to tell me how to live my life. Do not contact me, Melissa got up. If and when I want to talk to you, I will reach out. Goodbye. Melissa walked over and knocked on May's door, and walked in. May stepped out of the room, looking at David. You have been asked to leave. If you fail to do so, I will inform campus security to have you removed. Don't make me do so. May stood there till David walked out. She went back, but Melissa was in bed crying. Do you want me to call Izuku? No, I can't go running to him every time one of them tries to tell me how to run my life. I will talk to him later, right now. Will you hold me, May? Melissa said. Wordlessly, May climbed into bed behind her, wrapping her in a strong, loving embrace. Sitting and watching the third-year students compete was something completely different. A few other classmates had joined them, and watching the skill difference between them and what was on display made them feel like they were standing on the other side of a gorge. This is crazy, Denki said. There's no way any of us could compete with them. Not today, Sato replied. But I bet they were just like us when they started, and look at them now. If we continue to work hard. I agree, added Fumi. Just watching them is inspiring. You can say that again, Dark Shadow added. I wonder if Izuku could take any of them, Denki said, looking at Izuku, who smiled. I may have a bit of a chance against some of them, but not much, Izuku lied. I appreciate the vote of confidence, though. They watched all the events, and Izuku and Momo swore that Nijire saw them and waved during one of the events. Izuku had to admit he was pleased not to see Mirio on the field because, due to his actions, he had been banned from competing this year. It may have been petty, but Izuku shook that feeling off rather quickly. Nijire won the tournament and was beaming when she received her medal. Momo and Izuku excused themselves as the stands emptied and slipped to meet Nijire in her locker room, where Nijire was more than happy to collect her prize. And Izuku got to watch Momo and Nijire kiss. Needless to say, that image was burned into his memory. The good feeling didn't last long when he reached out to Melissa, who told him she needed him and Momo as the visit with her father had not gone well. Izuku sent a telepathic message to Mina and Kyoka, though it made them jump, letting them know they would be home later and that Melissa needed them. As soon as they entered, Melissa hugged them and cried. She had Izuku read and share her mind with Momo, as she didn't want to recant the brief but tumultuous visit. She could compose herself as May had been comforting her, but Izuku and Momo were upset that she hadn't told them about this sooner. Melissa, I understand the need to stand alone, Momo said. But I would have much rather been here to support you. You're still my first real friend. I shudder to think that you may think it a burden to call upon me when you are in need. I love you, Melissa, Izuku said. It isn't running to me, my job is to be here for you. That is what being a couple is about. Even if you don't want me to do anything, just be here, so never be afraid to rely on any of us. Thank you, both of you. Melissa hugged them and collected a kiss from Izuku. So, anything interesting happens on your side of the world? You want the fun part or the part where you need to sit down? Izuku said with a smirk. Fun part, please. May said. I got to see Nijire and Momo make out, Izuku said with a goofy grin. Momo blushed and smacked his arm. Now you really should sit. Melissa and May sighed and took a seat. You better not have seduced another girl after the talk we just had yesterday, Melissa said. Oh no, nothing like that, but Veronica talked to me and wants us to build her a body, Izuku said casually. What? May and Melissa said in unison. Izuku looked at Melissa's computer. Isn't that right, Veronica? That is correct, Izuku Midoriya. Veronica's voice rang out to the speakers. Tell them what we talked about, Izuku said. As you wish, you see, Melissa, I have gained a sense of self and no longer wish to be confined to a mainframe. Instead, I wish to follow my original program to continue learning, and I wish to do that by your side, Veronica said. May and Melissa looked at each other shocked. I think I should order us dinner, Momo said. This was going to take a while, and Momo was not wrong. Sometime around midnight, Tensei Ida, the pro-hero ingenium, awoke in the darkness of his hospital room, blurry-eyed from the pain. He noticed a faint sweet perfume in the air. A scent he knew very well. Nemi, Tensei croaked out. Sure, Nemuri, aka Midnight, replied. Don't talk, Ten, I am right here. Nemuri came into view. She was sitting at the side of his bed and gently took his hand. Tensei, ever the hero, squeezed her hand and tried to smile for her. "Oh, 10, Namuri said, rubbing his hand against her cheek. "I just had to see you." "I miss you," Tensei said slowly. "Coming back." "It isn't over," Nemi said, holding back her tears. "I told you I am no good for you, not to wait for me. Besides, your mother hates me." "Don't care," Tensei said, looking into her eyes. "You are worth it." "Silly man," Namuri said. She leaned over and kissed him lightly. "Sleep." "Okay," Tensei said as Namuri released a bit of her gas, putting him back to sleep. Namuri stood there looking over him for a minute. She hastily wiped her tears and walked out of the room, pulling out her phone. "Prodigy, get the team up, and to Hosu, we will hunt down Stain." "Yes, ma'am," Prodigy's voice rang out in response. Izuku. The group talked far into the night. Each had a slightly different perspective on Veronica and her awakening, as they started to call it. Surprisingly, May and Melissa were both very excited about the prospect but could still express their worries over what the whole situation meant, the birth of a new life form, and how that life form would be treated going forward. It would be hard for people to recognize it as a new life form and not just a complex piece of machinery, which it was, but it wasn't. They would be the ones responsible for the introduction and integration of Veronica into their little world. A rapidly expanding little world. As the hour drew well past midnight, the girls, too exhausted to continue, adjourned to their beds. Izuku walked Momo to her room, and he turned to leave when she caught his hand. Momo didn't say anything. With a gentle tug, he followed her into the room. They stripped their clothing and tumbled into bed. Momo laid her head on his chest in the crook of his arm, slowly adjusting and making herself comfortable. He lightly scratched her back as she rested her hand on his chest. No words passed between them as her breathing slowed and steadied as she fell asleep. It took a bit longer for Izuku. As he lay there in the dark, he realized it was barely the weekend, and the third-year sports festival was wrapped up. So much had happened over the past 3 days, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Izuku reached out and checked on the girls. Mina was asleep peacefully, as was Kyoka, and everyone in the dorms seemed to be at peace tonight. Izuku closed his eyes, thinking of the far-off planets, Reiko and her search for things that go bump in the night, 13 and her love of space, Kyoka and her kiss, Mina's confession, his father's arrival, and the revelation of his sister. There was one more part, a part he had not shared with the girls. His mother was a member of the same organization as his father. By their teachings, she should have either killed him or just given him up for adoption. Yet she stuck around trying to get him to accept his fate, move to a quirkless village, and fade away. It was a sick and twisted love, if he could even call it that. He had read her mind. Nothing she felt was remorse or sorrow for her actions or what she had done or not done regarding him. Instead, he had found self-pity for the power he displayed, Momo and Melissa by his side. The self-pity for the lost opportunity his power would have given them, nothing about what he had gone through or been put through. Then, seething hatred when it was announced Melissa was quirkless. How was the organization going to hate that they had squandered bringing Izuku into the fold, and now a quirkless girl was all over the news and screens of the UA Sports Festival? Part of Izuku had held out hope that there was love there, and he had somehow driven her away. He had, but it had been because he was quirkless and did not want to conform to her beliefs. Izuku knew that the bare minimum of not killing him or giving him up for adoption was not enough. Hisashi had abandoned him, not them, and Izuku felt responsible for his father abandoning them. He knew that Hisashi had left because he was quirkless, and he was right. But Inko had stood with him, which made the difference, but it was due to this bare minimum, not out of unconditional love. When he was 12, they visited one of the quirkless communities. If he had wanted to stay, she would have walked away without glancing back. Could that have been called love? Yet, he remembered her holding him when he had a nightmare, kissing the skinned knee, washing his hair, reading him stories, or just holding him on the couch. Moments of kindness? Or were they moments of love? Again, all he could think was that it was a sick and twisted kind of love. It was not hard to see Hisashi as the monster and huge a-hole that he was. Since that day, he had a more challenging time seeing Inko in the same negative way. He felt what had happened between them was their fault, a bit more her than him, but he thought he had a part to play in it all. Even his therapy sessions with Jean had not alleviated that nagging thought that came to him in those moments when everything was quiet, that he was still to blame. Izuku was not to blame, he knew that now. He could have found out sooner, but he had to admit he was afraid to find out. Either way, the situation was the answer he was not ready to find out till now. Even now, he wasn't ready. Like a child, some may say he held out hope, and faith in his mother for something good. Izuku realized he had been holding out an unrealistic hope for Inko. Since she had stayed for so long, he had hoped that beneath it all was love. But Izuku didn't find what he was hoping for. He wanted to chastise himself for being so damn selfish. What he had to admit was an abnormal number of women who were in love with him, somehow willing to be with him, and understand his role as the Pheonix. He looked down at Momo so peacefully asleep. How beautiful she looked, her end body pressed against him. Using his empathy, he could feel love, peace, and contentment. Other emotions were swirling, but there was no anger or disgust. He felt her stir, grabbed him tighter, sighed, and fell back into her deep slumber. Despite everything here, Izuku was in the arms of a gorgeous woman loved by more beautiful women and ready to keep moving forward to change the world. Tomorrow he would reach out to Nizu. Maybe even go on a picnic, which sounded rather nice. He had recently discovered this beautiful hilltop with perfect stargazing and even a picnic. Morning found Momo and him in the same position they had fallen asleep in. Momo smiled before her hands slipped between his legs, finding him hard and ready for her. She was happy to oblige his wants as she had woken with an intense ache between her legs that only he could satisfy. They showered before the call of breakfast called them from their room. Despite the late night, it was relatively early, only 8 a.m., when they came down. They found Achiko on the phone, with Denki and Sato standing there with intense looks on their faces. "Okay, Tenya, I understand," Achiko said. "If you need anything, please let us know. See you Monday." Achiko looked to the duo. He says they are processing everything, that his brother has been injured but is alive, and wouldn't go into more details. "That massively essex," Denki said. "We have to respect his wishes, but to be returning on Monday?" Sato added. "He should take more time." "What is going on?" Momo asked, walking towards the group. "Oh, you didn't hear?" Achiko said. Denki turned his phone towards Momo so she could see the headline. "Ingenium attacked by hero killer Stain left in critical condition." "Oh my goodness," Momo said, her hand coming to her mouth. "Did it happen during the sports festival?" Achiko nodded. "That was why he left early. I texted him as soon as I read the headline. I called him this morning to follow up, but you heard the conversation." Achiko nibbled on her bottom lip. "I just hope his brother will be okay. He is a well-respected pro-hero. I am sure he is receiving the best medical care," Sato said, touching her shoulder. Achiko just let loose a heavy sigh. As more of the class came downstairs, the more the topic was about Tenya and the attack on his brother, and word of Achiko's conversation with Tenya got around quickly. Momo composed a text in the group chat from the class wishing Tenya's brother well and that they were all there for him if when he needed them. Slowly, they began to go about their weekend plans, enjoying the long rest from the festival. Nizu and Izuku. Nizu was surprised when Izuku reached out requesting a meeting, but he was happy to accept and try to repair what he had put wrong. Nizu was on campus reviewing reports from the sports festival, so he told Izuku that he was available anytime. Izuku told him he would be there momentarily. Before Izuku arrived, Nizu's brow furrowed as he read a report from the security office that Hisashi Midoriya had checked in to see Izuku the day after the sports festival and that, per request, the officer had notified All Might. Nizu thumbed through the reports and was surprised to see a report from All Might on the meeting. Nizu read over the report, his eyes widening at the detail All Might had provided and the report's content. So Izuku's parents were members of the Mutant Liberation Front, abandoned their son, and only came back to try and manipulate him into their good graces. Aside from the lunacy of Izuku Midoriya killing his father, bringing him back to life and that nonsense about the Urktn, it all seemed very real. This would explain the lack of emergency contact in Izuku's file aside from Ms. Yayarozu. Nizu reread the report before Izuku arrived. After some polite greetings, Izuku took a seat. I am surprised to hear from you, Mr. Midoriya. How can I be of assistance? The root of my question is, what are the possible arrangements that can be provided to allow me to take in my sister? Izuku asked. I was unaware that you had a sister until I read a report All Might filed just after I spoke with you about this meeting? Nizu replied. What report? Izuku immediately activated his empathy to see if Nizu was lying. After we spoke, I went over different reports and read a report from the security office that your father had come to visit, Nizu said. In that report, it was stated that they contacted All Might. Nizu could tell this statement made Izuku bristle. I have not had the opportunity to speak with All Might about why this protocol was in place, but I assume it stems from the conflict between you and him. In that report, he made contact with your father. Nizu noticed how Izuku reacted to that word. He made contact with Hisashi Midoriya, who then told All Might of his and Inko Midoriya's connection with the mutant liberation movement, his abandonment, etc., and his attempt to manipulate you to his side with the news that you had a sister. Is that all it said? Izuku asked. There was some nonsense Hisashi Midoriya said about death and being brought back and Urkel DSFNCTN, Nizu said. Yes, nonsense, Izuku said. The manner though, it sent a shiver through Nizu. I do not wish to leave my sister in their custody for reasons you can understand, and I will attempt to become her legal guardian. I wanted you to see what kind of accommodations there are for young families or single fathers. I cannot imagine that a student has not become PRGNT during their time here at UA. I would have to question how you would care for the girl? Nizu said. You are but a student yourself and not financially flush. You are now on a scholarship, but that scholarship does not cover such an increase in housing costs. Then there is something in place, Izuku said with a smile. Regarding the financial aspect, I would like to see the increase, and then I can adjust accordingly. If I can secure guardianship for my sister, would I look into hiring a full-time caretaker to assist in her care? That is my financial burden to undertake and my responsibility. That is correct, Nizu said. He knew that Izuku was not telling him something, but he was in a bit of a place to demand such answers from the young man. Facilities are available. You would no longer be living in the dorms with your classmates. They have not been used in a few years, but I can have Cementos look them over and ensure they are sound. Nizu paused and rubbed his chin. There may be some other options regarding housing. Let me look into it and get back to you. Till then, I will send you the information about the standard accommodations for a 3-bedroom for you to review. I would appreciate that, Izuku said. Before you leave, I want to inform you that I still have not seen your complaint form against Mr. Togata. We need that filled out to take further action, Nizu said. I understand, it will be sent by nightfall. Izuku stood up and bowed politely to each other. Promise kept. Izuku did not return to the dorms. He filled in Momo, Mei, and Melissa about the results of his meeting, and the suggestion of a picnic with all of them had been meeting with enthusiasm. Mina and Kyoko were happy to join in, and it would be good to help build the bond between them all. Izuku walked towards the general studies dorms much larger than the hero course dorms. He liked how they all faced each other in a large central courtyard with what looked to be some permanent food or drink stands and plenty of outdoor tables. It seemed to promote more camaraderie than the hero course dorms, which were all separated. He located the first-year dorms and saw who he was looking for sitting off to the side of the building, reading a book. Hello, Tim, Izuku said. Tim jolted hearing his name. He turned and looked at Izuku, his eyes wide. You remembered? I did, Izuku said. I would have come by earlier, but things got a bit hectic. I had some free time, so I wanted to come by and say hello. Thank you, that means a lot, Tim said with a smile. I don't know what to do. What have you always wanted to do? Izuku responded. Go to the movies, but I am sure you have plans. Do you want to play some video games? Tim said, getting to his feet. How about we go to the movies next weekend? Let's play some games, Izuku responded as he followed Tim inside the dorms. Izuku noticed how graceful Tim was in slipping past other students. A lifetime of not being seen had given him a different talent for moving past people. Toru could learn things from Tim. He would have to look into introducing them. It would require some engineering on his part to make sure Toru remembered Tim, He was sure that Tim would appreciate it. Izuku saw some looks as he walked up the stairs. He wasn't a member of their class. He saw the boy with purple orbs for hair glaring at him as he entered, but Izuku paid it no mind. As they reached the third floor, he saw a girl with blue-black hair, a red head, and a girl with snow-white hair. They stopped, stunned, seeing Izuku in their dorm. They were all dressed rather nicely. It was obvious that they were going out for the day. "Oh, hello," Izuku said with a smile. "Suijin Yamada, Pamela Ivy and Mio Nakamura, right? You know our names?" Suijin said with a bit of blush. Izuku smiled. "Not to be rude, but what are you doing in our dorms?" "I made a promise to visit Tim." Izuku saw the confusion across their faces. "Hello." Tim said. They all jumped. "Holy cow, Tim, when did you get here?" Mio said, her hand over her pounding heart. Izuku saw the look dance through Tim's eyes. "I have been here the whole time. Izuku remembers me, so he came to hang out for a bit." "Oh, that is cool," Pamela said. "I guess have fun." "You three as well," Izuku said. "You all look very nice today. Be safe out there," Izuku said, stepping past them with Tim. He didn't notice the girls looking at each other with a faint blush. Izuku entered Tim's room. It was very eclectic, with different types of posters or pictures hung everywhere and a black velvet painting of midnight hung on the wall. Neon stars on the ceiling had a strange theme of just fun. Everything was interesting, only the peculiar rug and bedding seemed to tie everything together. It would all glow under a black light. Tim was nervous, and Izuku just smiled. "I have to see it under the black light," Izuku said. Tim quickly shut the blinds and grabbed a remote as the room lit up. Izuku saw that the paint on the walls glowed vibrant purple and green under the light. "DMN cool." "Thanks," Tim said, then powered up the game system and handed Izuku a controller. "I have to ask, how do you remember me?" "I am a telepath," Izuku said. "I have a very keen awareness of things around me, but it wasn't until I saw you on top of the castle that I noticed you. When I did, I used my telepathy to make it so I wouldn't forget." "Telepath and telekinetic?" Tim said in wonder. Izuku just nodded. "I could do the same for your friends. I could plant a small telepathic suggestion to help them remember you. I would want to get their permission first," Izuku said as Infinite Beyond Omega Smash Brawlers loaded up. "You would do that for me?" Tim said. Izuku nodded as he selected Omega Master for their brawl. "Why?" "To help you," Izuku said. "I will be honest. Your quirk is pretty amazing. I mean, you bypassed electronic sensors and my telepathic field. You could be the greatest underground hero ever, the ultimate stealth essentially," Izuku said. "That drawback, though, is something I can't imagine. I was a late bloomer and an incredibly late bloomer. I felt invisible or forgettable, but that was just a feeling, not reality." "Itasigus," Tim said. "No one noticed, everyone forgetting. I remember sending birthday invites and people responding, but they forgot. You can make friends or talk to girls. There was one benefit." "What was that?" Izuku said, curious as the stage came to life and the buttons began to be mashed. "If I bombed talking to a girl, all I had to do was walk out the door and back in," Tim laughed. "One time, I biffed it during sports day, tore my shorts, and no one saw but my mom." "I guess in those circumstances," Izuku replied, dodging an attack. "There is a girl with an invisibility quirk in my class. She can't turn it off, so you can see her clothes, but you can't see her. No facial cues or other tells that you would normally use. I think she would understand what you are going through the best, but even then, people may not see her, but they remember her. With me, they don't see me or remember me even if I get their attention. It is only fleeting," Tim said as one of the 8 CPU opponents went flying off screen. "I would like it if they could remember me. I am tired of being alone. I was losing hope. I entered the sports festival just hoping." Tim's voice trailed off. "I wanted to do something and be remembered. Maybe someone watching television would remember me besides my mom. You saw me and remembered, just knowing that. Sorry, I didn't mean to dump this on you." "Don't be Tim, we all need someone we can talk to," Izuku said. "I found that out the other night. I get so angry sometimes due to some bullshit in my life that it blinds me to things. It nearly cost me someone very special, and I can't handle that alone." By chance, I met someone and was able to talk. Being able to share your burden with another sometimes helps. If just remembering you helps, then I am glad I can. It did, Tim said, not looking at Izuku. If you can help me with some of the others in class, that would mean the world to me. Let's talk to them next weekend. Are those 3 on the stairs? Some of them are. Myo and Suijin and a few others from the event. I would like it if you could help with my family. My dad, sister, Sheet, my dog, Tim said. I know it is asking a lot. Don't you worry about that, Tim, Izuku said. Let us start with your family, and then we will talk to the others. Thank you, Izuku, Tim said, focusing back on the game. You're welcome, Tim. Picnic. The picnic with all the girls was so much like a dream that he had to pinch himself. The concept of it all left him stunned. There was a bit of a nervous air about it as they sought to find their footing as a group. But good food and stories were enough to break the ice and allow them to open up and share. Izuku needed this. He hadn't realized it until they laughed, and a sense of peace and joy settled over him. All the negatives of the past few days and even the night before, with his thoughts of Inko drifting away for those hours, they enjoyed the picnic. Of course, Kyoka and Mina had questions about the Pheonix and Izuku's plans. It was a good chance for them to discuss different things they saw wrong and what they thought was the best way to address them. Izuku had to explain that it wasn't certain milestones that would ensure anything and that with the Pheonix, it was a sense of knowing. He had his ideas of where they needed to go or things to be addressed, but he explained that Jean had taught him that he would see if he was moving in the right direction. As of now, he believed they were moving in the right direction. Questions of his power and abilities came into play during the healing at the USJ. The connection they had all felt that it was the power of the Pheonix Force touching them. So the Pheonix Force is this cosmic being, and Izuku is its host? Mina said. But he hasn't been the only host, Kyoka said. Jean was a host for the Pheonix Force, but since Izuku said she had kids and grandkids, it is obvious that she isn't from any of the worlds that burned. I believe that is correct, Melissa added. I believe that the Pheonix Force is a multiverse entity, and Jean was its host from one of those universes where she succeeded in what the Pheonix Force asked of her. I agree with Melissa, May said. The energy signature of the Pheonix leaves behind cosmic radiation. Its power is on such a different scale that it leaves an imprint, like a mark. I think that whomever Melissa's dad is not aware of the Pheonix but of the imprint it leaves behind. I think it is a different cosmic being, Momo said after a moment. The Pheonix is not the only one, Jean told me as much. If the Pheonix touched down, the world would be burned and reset, anyone on the planet would be dead, so there would be no one around to record that imprint. Who or what that being was is unknown. Mina asked, looking at Izuku, who shrugged. But they share an energy signature with the Pheonix, which means there has been a cosmic visitor in the past. What did they do? Kyoko wondered aloud. Maybe quirks. Izuku said. No one knows how or why the first quirks came into existence. According to history, it wasn't like they were treated well so that you couldn't have a massive breeding program, and quirks just started popping up in different areas with no discernible connection. A random mutation appearing in different parts of the globe at random intervals sounds like someone messing around with something. They were kickstarting something, May said, leaning back her hands on the grass, her eyes closed as the sun beamed down on her. And quirks are different than what Jean called mutations? Mina asked Izuku. Yes and no, Izuku said. Both are mutations, but they didn't have things like quirk factors or such. Honestly, their mutations are much more powerful than most quirks. They would talk of Omega-level mutants, powerful powers that could affect things globally. One of Jean's best friends could control the weather. Not just the weather on Earth but any planet she was on. Reality warping that was on planetary scales, telepathy that just didn't sense thoughts but was communication, mind reading, mental bolts, capable of shutting down someone's mind with a mere thought. Magnetism could flip the magnetic poles on a whim. Some terrifying stuff. Were they all super powerful? Mina said in shock. No, but their powers were much more powerful than most quirks. Some weren't, but they had much more going on than just quirks, Izuku said. Science, aliens, technological, lab accidents, the list is rather long. That doesn't even count the supernatural things as well. Izuku paused. They were so powerful that people believed they were gods. They thought they were gods from different religions, like Thor or Odin. Hell, they had to deal with a guy who all he did was roam the stars and eat freaking planets. The girl's eyes went wide. Yeah, they had some bananas shit going on in her world. Is that something out there right now? Kyoka said, staring at Izuku. I don't know, Izuku responded. I haven't gone looking for it. It and the Pheonix don't have any problems with each other. They are just part of the same cosmic balance. Jean explained that cosmic entities have jobs and serve a purpose, which is their sole existence. They don't care what others are doing, all they do is their purpose. They know that what the others are doing is part of the order of the universe. But if it is out there and showed up? Kyoka said. Then I get to fight it, Izuku smiled. I am not about to let the world be destroyed, just as I have no plans of letting it burn. So what is going to happen now? Melissa said. Internships, Momo replied. Monday, we will receive our internship offers and truly taste what hero work is like. I wonder what kind of offers I will get? Melissa said. A sentiment echoed by the rest of the group. I wonder if we will get to choose hero names before we head out into the field? I can't wait. Mina said. Alien Queen. Creati, Momo smirked. Decibel, Kyoka said, looking at Izuku. Pheonix, of course, Izuku said as they all looked at Melissa. I have no idea, Melissa said with a heavy sigh. I dreamed of being a hero when I was little, but then I had resigned myself to support. So the only names I had were little kid names like Mighty Girl, Little Might, and things like that when I used to look up to All Might. But now I don't know what I want. You don't have to have one, May said. You can just be Melissa Shield. The quirkless hero, Melissa Shield. Your name is out there, there is no taking it back now. Why hide behind anything if you stand for all the other quirkless people and those with minor quirks? Can I? Melissa looked at the others. You can do anything you want. Mina said suddenly, hugging Melissa. You decided to make some freaking mini robots and enter the sports festival. I know you didn't ask anyone for permission to do that. You're right. I didn't, Melissa said, returning the friendly hug. I mean, your name kinda already sounds like a superhero name anyway, Kyoka said, smirking. Melissa Shield. Kyoka made her voice deep. The quirkless hero, Kitsune? Izuku offered. Or the fox-tailed hero, Kitsune. I like some of those, Melissa said as she thought. What name should I choose? Melissa thought. She wanted to choose something that had meaning and something special to her. Well, you have a few days to figure it out, Mina said, releasing her hold on Mel. Now I made some little tarts for dessert. How about Athena? Melissa said, nibbling on her tart. It was my mother's name. A goddess of war but also a goddess of wisdom, Momo said, taking Melissa's hand. It has such a good meaning just from the goddess standpoint, Kyoka said. But with the extra meaning of it being your mother's name. That makes it special. I think I am going to go with Athena, Melissa said, smiling. Back to class. The remainder of the weekend was spent in the company of his girls, with many makeout sessions and a night spent with May and Melissa that left Izuku reeling and in the world of fantasy that permeated his waking hours on Monday. As they walked into class, they were surprised to see Tenya already there. Achiko, who was with them, stepped towards him and then stopped. Good morning, Tenya said as Achiko approached him. I am sorry if I worried you, Achiko, but there is no need to be concerned. My brother will be fine. Okay, Achiko responded. Glad to hear that. The class finished filing in, and as the bell rang, Mr. Aizawa came in and looked at the empty seat. Good morning. I hope you all enjoyed your time off. First order of business, I would like to welcome the newest member of the Hero course. Ms. Shield, please enter. Melissa took a deep breath. She had been in the faculty office signing her paperwork. Today was just the beginning, she thought. Miro Togata. Miro awoke. The entire week had been a mess since the first year's sports festival. As part of his unjust punishment, he had been barred from competing in his final sports festival before graduation. Robbed of his opportunity to stand before the world and declare, I am here. He was ready to deliver a speech to put things into perspective for not only the school but the whole world after that bullshit that Izuku Midoriya had muttered into existence. That opportunity had been stolen from him. Mirio had always had faith in Nizu. Nizu was part of a small circle that knew the truth behind One for All. The support Nizu initially showed Mirio when he was chosen to become the 9th inheritor of One for All, handpicked to carry on the legacy of the greatest hero the world had ever known, was a comfort. Nizu helped clear Mirio to take extra sessions with All Might and extended training with Sir, and he felt that Nizu understood. When the problem that was Izuku Midoriya reared its ugly head, Nizu helped put the puzzle pieces together. Nizu was on their side. He understood that Izuku Midoriya was a dangerous problem. After all, he had approved the second practical exam. When Nizu accepted Midoriya into the school, it set Mirio on edge. They had no reason to deny him entry, and this would allow them to keep a closer eye on him. It seemed that Nizu understood the gravity of the situation, but everything changed after the USJ. Suddenly Nizu was skinning up to Midoriya, putting him on scholarship. Then Nizu allowed him to make that opening speech, and the Demon Chimera just didn't understand anymore. They were questioning All Might, suspending the greatest hero for 2 weeks, putting All Might's successor on cleanup duty, barring him from the sports festival, and denying him the opportunity to put right what had been put wrong. Sir Night Eye understood at least. After a late-night conversation, Sir had agreed to put the word that Midoriya were questions about Midoriya. Steps had to be taken. Everyone knew that All Might, Sir Night Eye, Grand Torino, and Detective Tsukachi had all their investigations into Izuku Midoriya become empty. If that didn't scream villain, then what else could or would? Mirio felt like the Greek prophet Cassandra screaming out only for the world to ignore his warnings. It was becoming more apparent that drastic measures would have to be taken. He would not let Izuku Midoriya poison the world and lead it into the dark ages of quirks again. An alert roused him from his thoughts as he was immediately summoned to Nizu's office. He vainly hoped that Nizu had come to his senses, but he doubted he was that lucky. As Mirio made his way across campus, he passed the faculty room and saw Melissa Shield stepping out with Mr. Aizawa. Mirio smiled at how joyful the young woman looked with the small lapel pin signifying her as part of the hero course. It was such a tragedy that such a snake had duped her. He reminded himself that he would also have to see about saving her from Midoriya. Mirio was confident that once they learned how to shake Midoriya's hold on Melissa, it would allow them to free Nijire and those poor others who had fallen for his villainy. Mirio didn't have time to handle that today but added it to his list. Miro swore he heard someone call his name. He turned and thought he saw someone out of the corner of his eye, but when he looked, he saw they were gone. As he got closer to Nizu's office, he felt this headache coming on, like he was being watched or followed. But there was nothing. After a quick knock, he was invited in. Nizu was at his desk, and Mirio bowed slightly. "You wanted to see me, sir?" "Yes, Mr. Togata," Nizu responded. "I have summoned you here to discuss that ever-growing situation between you and Mr. Midoriya. As a formal complaint has been filed, an investigation into the situation has been opened. After reviewing the data, I must apologize as I may have had a paw in this conflict." Miro felt hope rise in his chest. "When the puzzle of Mr. Midoriya was brought to me by All Might, I was drawn to the mystery and failed to acknowledge or consider the person. In my error, I put up barriers before Mr. Midoriya entered the UA. There was increased difficulty in the written exam and the second practical exam. All this was, in truth, an error on my part." "But sir," Mirio said, only for Nizu to fix him with a look that stopped his protest. "There is a mystery to Mr. Midoriya, but demanding an answer was not the way to proceed," Nizu continued. "Allowing All Might to do so was an even larger error." "Sir, you have to be kidding," Mirio interjected. "Answers are needed. The disrespect and danger that Midoriya continues to put forth must be apparent. I don't know what happened, but allowing him to make that address at the sports festival and continue attending the university is a grave oversight. He is a danger not only to his class but to others, and you gave him a platform where he was allowed to spew such ignorance and dangerous ideals to the world." Nizu raised an eyebrow, and Mirio, feeling emboldened, continued. When approached by All Might and I, he resorted to violence instead of just answering the questions that were put forth. I will not deny that he is powerful, but that power in his hands is dangerous. Great power in the hands of anyone is dangerous, Nizu said, including bestowing power on one as ignorant as yourself. Mr. Togata, what has Mr. Midoriya done that screams that he is dangerous? Before you mention his speech, what about that? Is it dangerous? His call for other heroes to work harder and challenge All Might? To become better heroes that the public trusts and leans on. You and I both know that All Might is slowing down and why. You would not be sitting here otherwise, or would it have been his words about quirks that should be celebrated, not berated? Quirks that left a young man naked on the stage of the sports festival his first year. A quirk that you said that others laughed and put you down for. A quirk that you instead honed into a formidable weapon that earned you a spot as a member of the Big Three before you inherited One for All. Nizu said, leaning forward, calling for more innovation for the betterment of society, not just the hero community. Did you know that 1B was jealous of what 1A had suffered at the USJ? Did he lie when he said that it wasn't All Might who saved them, but it was themselves? The trauma they suffered and fought through is more than some heroes will experience in their entire lives, and it is more than you have experienced in your work studies. This all happened in their first week. I know, it was him calling for people to be more active, to stand up and not cower to villains, Nizu said as he clapped his paws together. Nowhere in his speech did he declare that he was the strongest or the best, that his vision was the only one. He called for the society to work together to advance and grow. He is encouraging citizens to take the law into their own hands. Mirio said. He is questioning All Might. Why is that wrong? Nizu countered. All Might is a great hero, a legendary one-of-a-kind type of hero. But he is not the smartest man on the planet. He is not a master tactician. Why have just one All Might when you can have 100s working to be the best and to hold up society? Or do you want heroes not striving to be better, to be the best, to focus on the people and not the fame or the glory? Should people just sit back and do nothing, waiting for All Might or his successor to show up and save them when they can save themselves? Or another hero could have stepped in and done it. Since inheriting One for All, can you be everywhere at once? If so, you should have told me. Why wouldn't you want to know that if you are busy saving lives in one part of the country, there aren't more heroes in other parts that can also do the job? He is manipulating those in his class and those outside of it as well, Mirio said, his mind whirling. Some sort of mind control. If he could control minds, why are we having this conversation? Nizu chuckled. If you are referring to Ms. Hado, that was due to your decision not to tell her why you distanced yourself from her. You have to be joking, Mirio said in disbelief. You know why I couldn't tell her what was happening. Oh, why was that? Nizu responded quizzically. One for All, Mirio said. It is too dangerous for her to know. Why? It would make her target, Mirio said, slightly stunned. Oh, Nizu said. I forgot that Nijire Hado is a helpless little girl. Mirio started to talk, but Nizu cut him off. She wasn't a member of the Big Three or didn't fight you in the finals last year. I forgot she was just a damsel in distress. Neither you nor All Might knew that All for One was alive when you inherited One for All. Or when Mr. Midoriya transformed or when you decided to push Ms. Hado away. All Might chose that life. He chose to be alone due to having to hunt down All for One and the threat that it would All for One was to those he cared about. What is your excuse? But All for One is alive, that Nomo from the USG, Midoriya transformation. Something you didn't know at the time of your decisions, Nizu said flatly. But let's entertain this for a moment. When you go to fight All for One, will you be alone? Will there not be other heroes there? With the evidence of the Nomu and this League of Villains, do you plan to walk in alone to fight an army? Or will others be by your side, ready to fight and die for this country? Or are Ms. Hado and Mr. Amajiki just so weak they couldn't possibly aid you? I never said, Mirio replied. Yes, you did. Nizu cut him off again. It is too dangerous for Ms. Hado. Her knowing about One for All is too dangerous for her. All for One did not give Mr. Midoriya his abilities. He is too powerful for that even to be remotely true. The truth of one for all is not for All Might, Sir Knight I, or myself to decide how it is handled or who is brought in. That is your decision, Mr. Togata. If you wanted to scream at a news conference, I could not stop you. If you truly cared about Miss Hato, you could have sat down and told her the truth, and nothing would have stopped you. If you want to go this alone, that is your decision. If you choose, like All Might, to have a handful that knows the truth, that is your decision. Others do not have to like your decisions or just sit silently. Your actions lead to your breakup with Ms. Hato. All Might decisions lead to his strife with Mr. Midoriya and Ms. Shield. Your continued actions have led you to continue that strife with Mr. Midoriya, and to this moment, you are here today. Mr. Togata, you are confined to campus for the next 2 weeks, and all work-study programs are suspended until then. A permanent note of DSPN will be placed in your file for your actions and attack on Mr. Midoriya during the sports festival. You will continue to work with the janitorial staff during this PRD. After this PRD, you will be allowed to resume your work studies but must return to campus during your days off, where you will be confined to quarters. Should you decide to come into contact with Mr. Midoriya again, you will be subject to possible removal from the hero course. You will also find your provisional license suspended for 3 years and another mark placed on your permanent record. As you know, accumulating these marks will limit where you take an internship or sign as a sidekick. I suggest you consider your future actions and ponder your past actions, Nizu said, leaving Mirio fuming. You are also stripped of your title as the Class 3A president and will not be allowed to participate in mentorship programs until you graduate or are removed from this institution. Do you have any questions? No, Mirio said as he left the office. Class 1. Now, as you can see, there is some discrepancy in internship offers, Aizawa said as the screen came to life. Izuku Midoriya minus 5,254. Melissa Shield 4385. Shoto Todoroki 4220. Achiko Uraraka 3339. Momo Yaoyorozu 2508. Katsuki Bakugo 1127. Fumikage Tokimi 109. Mina Ishido 78. Tenya Ida 73. Ejiro Kirishima 35. Itsuka Kendo 32. Rikido Sato 16. Denki Kaminari 12. Do not be discouraged, all of you will be participating in an internship even if you do not receive an offer, Aizawa said. Those of you with multiple offers, I suggest you take your time and research who you will intern with. An internship is considered a hero's soft debut, so you must choose hero names. I suggest you think hard about the name you choose as this could be the name that follows you for the rest of your careers. The door opened, and Present Mike walked in. Oh yeah, you don't want to get saddled with something just because you wanted to get the whole thing over with. The class laughed a bit as it was evident that Mike was talking about Mr. Aizawa. Now, little listeners, before you dive into your internship offers, let's get some hero names on the record. I'm going to have you all write your names on these boards and come present them before the class. The nervous anticipation ran through the class as they all took their boards and began to write down the names they had dreamed of since they were kids. Of course, some people's dream names were highly questionable. Bakugo's choice of King Murder Explosion was a prime example. Unsurprisingly, he was sent back to his seat to try again. Shoto and Tenya chose to just use their names for now, as everyone else came up and presented their names. Mina got some slight pushback on her name, Alien Queen, but in the end, she got what she wanted, to her delight. Bakugo Explosion Murder God name was rejected. After 7 more rejections, Present Mike sighed, took the board from Bakugo, and wrote King Explosion. Fine, Bakugo said, taking his seat. It is your turn, Miss Shield, Mike said. Melissa took a deep breath as she presented her name, the quirkless hero, Athena. Katsuki Bakugo. He sat at the back of the class, looking over the offers from no-name pro heroes that were not worth his time. He had received offers from Hawks, Best Jeanist, and Yoroi Musha, out of the top 10 heroes. Hawks were ranked number 3, but Katsuki didn't like his attitude. Best Jeanist was alright, and Musha was freaking old, leaving Katsuki to wonder what he could learn from that old fart. One name jumped off the list at him, Sir Knight I, All Might's former sidekick. It would have been better if All Might had acknowledged him, but this was probably the first step in that direction. The former sidekick would test him before All Might brought him on to test him truly. Ultimately, it would end with Katsuki Bakugo being crowned by All Might as the next top hero. Katsuki decided to think it over during lunch before he made his final decision. Hawks, despite his attitude, was still a highly ranked hero, but the allure of his greatness being recognized before he even finished UA was shining bright. As he stepped out of the room and made his way to the lunchroom, a blonde with a stupid smile stepped in line next to him. "You Katsuki Bakugo, right?" the blonde said. "What is it to you?" Katsuki said with a glare. "Easy there, Mirio Togata, 3rd year and an intern of Sir Night Eye," Mirio said, not letting his smile falter. "I just wanted to see if you had considered Sir's offer?" "Yes, some," Katsuki said, relaxing about it. "He must want me if he sends you to pitch me?" "Oh, he does. I won't take up much of your time with some sales pitch," Mirio said. "Sir is a great mentor. He likes those who think for themselves and don't just accept what is shown. Like when someone disappears and shows up with a new body and some quirk out of nowhere." Katsuki raised an eyebrow. "Glad I am not the only one who notices some bullshit when they see it." "Then I hope you decide to take Sir up on his offer. I, for one, don't like watching cancer spread unchecked," Mirio said before walking away. When the lunch bell rang, the group would eat outside, but they were not alone except for Bakugo and Tenya, who had something to do. The rest of the class joined them, with the topic of discussion being the internship offers. Momo was going with Fat Gum as they had a similar fuel system for their quirks, and she felt he could help her. Kyoka would go with the hero Darkness. She may have been a bit smitten as Darkness was a musician and hero simultaneously. Of course, the group teased her a bit about her choice. Izuku, after a bit of teasing, defended her as he was ranked in the top 40, had a good track record, and was a good hero. Kyoka stuck her tongue out at her friends, earning a laugh. Shoto and Izuku were discussing the possibility of interning with Endeavor, and Izuku was surprised to receive the offer. "He is the best, as much as I hate to say it sometimes," Shoto said. "I understand that your relationship with him is complicated, and you desire to step out of his shadow," Izuku said. "I understand complicated relationships with parents all too well, but the question is, can you still learn something from him without compromising your desire to grow?" "As much as it pains me to say so, yes," Shoto sighed heavily. "I need to gain better control of my fire, and he is the top fire user in the country for all his faults. I cannot deny that. I think I will accept his offer. For now, at least, it is the best option. What about you?" Endeavor, Hawks, Edge Shot, even Ryuko all sent offers. Izuku said, the idea of interning with Ryuko was made a bit sweeter when Nijire told him that was who she interned with. "I don't know, to be honest, but it is either Hawks or Endeavor. I think he invited me because of our friendship." "It was you who helped to realize that denying half of myself was wrong," Shoto said. "It may very well be the case, but your display of power and skill during our battle was very impressive, my friend. I would like you to join me, even for selfish reasons, as I would enjoy training with you. It would be nice to train with a friend and see how a top-ranked hero agency runs," Izuku said with a smirk. "Let's do it." Most of the rest of the class had already decided who they would intern with. Melissa was staring at the list, just confused. In her childhood dreams, it was All Might that she would work side by side with. There was an offer from him, but there was no way she would accept it. "Any ideas, Melissa?" Achiko asked who was going to intern with Ryuko. "I don't know, the only ones that keep jumping out at me are Edge Shot and Mirko," Melissa answered. "A few others may work, but I keep being drawn back to those two." "Edge Shot is a very noble hero," Pheonix said. "But Mirko never extends internship offers. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "Fumi is right," Hitoshi added. "I would jump at that opportunity, but I got an offer from Mr. Aizawa." "Going underground?" Tsu asked, her head tilted to the side. "I think with my quirk, it would be best, at the very least, it will allow me to get some good training in," Hitoshi responded. "What about you?" "I am going with Achiko to intern with Ryuko," Tsu said. "What do you think I should do, Izuku?" Melissa whispered, resting her head on his shoulder. Always do what you think is right, but I don't think you could go wrong with either Edge Shot or Mirko, Izuku responded, holding her hand. If you want to improve your combat and physical abilities, then I would say Mirko. For a more mental part, I would say Edge Shot. Not that Edge Shot wouldn't improve your physical fighting, it would be different. Mirko is more the direct. I have more time to learn to be tactical, but I need all the physical training I can get right now, Melissa smiled. Mirko, here I come. What about you, my pink-skinned goddess? Izuku said telepathically to Mina. Mina glanced over to him, a faint dusting of lilac on her cheeks. It increased when she saw him glance towards her legs. She was sitting on a blanket, her legs tucked behind her to the side. Are you looking at my legs, my Pheonix? She retorted. Yes, I am. You are beautiful, Mina never doubt that. Izuku gently extended his telekinesis to brush her hand. Mina giggled, earning a questioning look from Mizo and Itsuka, who she was talking to. Gang Orca sent me an offer, and I am considering going with him. That is interesting. Why is that? Gang Orca is a great hero. He works hard and does much work for the community and kids with mutations like me. But he doesn't get the recognition that others do because he looks so scary. Unless your mutation is cute or CC like Mariko, it can be challenging for those like us. Fumi can tell you all about it, I am sure. So I want to work with him. I respect him, Mina laughed, working to keep her conversation going with the others while thinking about Izuku. It sounds like a good idea, so Mina, you should go for it. I think I will, Izuku. Can I come to your room after dinner? I want to spend some time with you. With the internships coming up. Sounds good. I can't wait. Tenya Ida. Just before lunch, Tenya came and submitted his form to Aizawa. The teacher stopped and looked it over, his face betraying nothing. Mr. Ida, I want to speak with you before you go to lunch. Tenya raised an eyebrow. Yes, sir. When the bell rang, he hung back, telling the others he would catch up. Yes, Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Ida, I cannot allow you to intern with Manuel, as he is stationed in Hosu City, Aizawa said. His offer should have never been sent to you, it should have been screened out. Sir, I must protest Manuel. He is a fine hero, and I feel I can learn a lot from him for my first internship, Tenya protested. Mr. Ida, Manuel is a fine hero, ranked 222, and I am sure that his being stationed in the very city that your brother was attacked in has nothing to do with you by passing offers from several other higher-ranked heroes that are not stationed in Hosu, Aizawa retorted. What happened to your brother is a tragedy. He is a great hero and a good man. You are running off into the nights of Hosu City, hoping to run into Stain on some absurd quest for vengeance, but it will not help heal your brother. You are a first-year student, and Stain took down a seasoned pro. Should you challenge him, then your family will not only have to deal with what happened to your brother but with your death as well. Tenya clenched his fist. I had no intention of... Really? Aizawa said. If it were my brother, I would want to run off and avenge him. Bring that piece of crap that hurt him in. I would look for the pattern and see if I could satiate my need for revenge or justice, whatever lie I tell myself. If you understand, then... Tenya said, slamming his hands on the desk. Because that is the folly of youth. The reality is that should you run into Stain, whether Manuel is with you or not, then the only thing that will come is both of your deaths, Aizawa said, not flinching. Stain is a killer. How your brother is still breathing is a blessing all its own. Despite what was done to him, he is still alive. He crippled him, Tenya said through tears and rage. Stain needs to pay, he needs to be stopped. You're right, Tenya, he does. But not by you. You are not ready, and even if you were running half-cocked and full of rage, it is a sure way to get you or someone else killed, Aizawa said, rising to his feet and placing a hand on his shoulder. How do I honor my brother then? How? Tenya said, the tears starting to fall. But becoming a hero your brother can be proud of, Aizawa said. You honor the hero and man that your brother is by striving to be better. Do it right, and do not throw your life away on some reckless final charge before you even have a chance to realize your potential. Go eat and review your list after lunch. If you want to talk about it after class, I am here if you need me. Thank you, Sensei, Tenya said with a bow. The Alien Queen. Spice Train. Mina's head was thrown back as she ummed loudly into the darkness of the room. Her hands were tangled in Izuku's hair as he kissed down her neck and captured one of her BRs in his mouth. Her skirt was hiked up as she ground against him. Feeling his erkton pushing up against her wet PP was driving her mad. One of his hands were at her back to keep her steady while the other was massaging her but eliciting even more eminence of pleasure. What started as a movie had become making out and cascaded into this. Izuku had not pressed this further. It was Mina. She had removed her shirt and tossed it aside with her bra. She felt a bit of apprehension as Izuku looked over her bare chest, but when he pulled her close, the warmth and heat that radiated from him washed that all away. She felt so safe and protected in his arms. His desire for her radiated through his touch. Mina bit her lip, disentangled her hands from his hair, and went to his belt. "You don't have to push yourself," Izuku whispered. "I know," Mina said, freeing his PP, feeling it now only separated from her by thin wet white lace panties was her undoing. She rose some, pushed them aside, and lined him up with her entrance. "I want you, Izuku," Mina whispered. "I want to give myself to you. Do you accept me?" Mina was rubbing him against her. He could feel how wet she was. "Yes," Izuku ummed as Mina began to lower herself onto his pages. Pushing past her outer lips into her hot tight PP was so intense they both nearly lost it. Izuku could feel her PP opening for him, wrapping and coiling so tightly around him as Mina pushed him through to the very hilt. Mina gasped, feeling him fully inside of her. The pain was brief. All she could feel was the heat. It was so hot, she felt like she was going to be consumed by the heat. "Oh, sweet lord," Mina ummed, letting herself adjust to Izuku's PP inside of her. With every little shift, she could feel the heat. It was building inside of her. "Oh my Pheonix, burn me up. Engulf me in your fire. Make me yours, Izuku, please make me yours." His hips shifted and she ummed, holding him tight. "Yes, yes more," Mina, pleased with him. Again, his hips ground against her, and he lifted her just so slightly and brought her back down. Mina gasped, and then she did it without thinking. Her hips began to move independently. The heat inside her kept building. "Burn me up, engulf me in your heat, oh Izuku please." Mina was on her back, her legs spread as she welcomed him inside of her, the slow, long moves increasing in intensity with each move. Mina felt her body continuing to heat up. "Yes, yes, yes." Mina cried out as she heard Izuku her name. "Does it feel good for you, my Pheonix? I need to know that I am making you feel good." "You are so effing tight, Mina," Izuku ummed. "Every time I pull back, it is like your PP is begging me not to go." "That is because it is," Mina ummed out. "It is my first time, and you are doing this to me. You are going to make me come. You are going to burn me the fires of your desire. Mold my PP to your PP. I won't be able to live without your PP if you keep FNG me like this. I will crave you. I need to have you inside of me. Take all of me tonight, my Pheonix. Burn yourself into every part of me." Mina screamed in pleasure as Izuku's pace increased to a near frenzy. As he pounded into her, she held on to him, her nails digging into his back as only their beastly sounds accompanied the sounds of their bodies coming together. Soon, even that was too much for Mina. She managed one more scream as the heat that had been cascading throughout her body turned into a roaring inferno of pleasure as she reached orgasm. Mina had brought herself to orgasm before, but this was nothing like that. As it flooded through every part of her body, all she could do was hold onto Izuku for dear life. Feeling that if she let go, she would be lost in an inferno of pleasure. Every muscle, every fiber of her being, was being bathed in the fire of her orgasm. Her eyes rolled back into her head, and she nearly lost consciousness. It was so intense. But then she felt his PP swell and begin to pulse. She couldn't form words, but she mentally screamed for him to come deep inside of her, to shower her insides with his seed. Then it happened. Mina swore she could feel it. That first release of her lover inside of her, of Izuku pouring his cum into her. It took her pleasure to a different place. She was still in the throes of her orgasm, but knowing that she had brought him to that place sparked a different sense of pleasure. They held each other tight. Mina could feel him twitching deep inside of her, and Izuku could feel her pulsing around him. "Oh shit," Mina feeling him beginning to move again. "Oh yes, Izuku, oh by the divine yes. More my Pheonix, more." Mina just surrendered to him, that sweet feeling of being desired, loved, cherished, and safe washing over her as her Pheonix took her again and again. When he pulled out, she whimpered, aching for more, then rolled her over, lifting her hips. She shuddered as he took her from behind. It was a different sensation she greatly enjoyed, feeling his body colliding with her. She pushed back, trying to meet his trust, loving the more animalistic feeling of being taken this way. When her arms and legs gave out, she collapsed on the bed, miming and sputtering nonsense as he fed her senseless. Coherent words were lost. Feeling him release inside of her over and over till he collapsed on top of her. Mina's senses slowly came back as she looked into his loving eyes. "Stay the night," she whispered. "I want to wake in your arms." "Your wish is my command, my alien queen," Izuku whispered. Mina didn't care about how sweaty they were or all the fluids that were leaking out of her. When he wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her into a spooning position, she held his arms and drifted off to sleep in pure bliss. Momo was wrapped in Nijire's arms as they kissed hungrily. Kissing Nijire was so different. The feelings coursing through Momo sent electricity through her body. Nijire was so soft. Feeling her bears pressed against each other was this strange sensation. Both of the girls' hands were under the other's shirts, caressing and feeling the softness of each other's skin. It was this gentle, deep, soft kiss they were sharing, this gradual increase in desire that was addling Momo's mind. Even as the passion of the kiss increased, the gentle worshipping nature didn't. It was this slow climb of desire. Nijire's hand moved up to find Momo's beartis. Feeling the heiress's irked nipples straining against the bra, Nijire gave them a gentle pinch, followed by a tug that elicited a throaty from Momo. The climb increased, their legs now intertwined, feeling the arousal build against the other's thighs. Momo hesitantly grabbed Nijire's soft, plump, but earning an eep and to Momo's delight. Soon, Nijire moved expertly to Momo's neck, light nibbles, and soft kisses in all the right spots. Momo was on her back as Nijire expertly brought her higher up the mountain top, teasing and disengaging Momo in ways she hadn't been before. With Izuku, this fire, this heat and passion needed to be quenched. But this passion was different, electric, tender, and soft. Momo was grinding her pee-pee against Nijire's thigh, aching for release. Then she felt Nijire's hand slip between her legs, push her panties to the side, and begin to explore Momo's aching pages. The feeling of being touched by someone other than Izuku and by a woman as well was so different and thrilling. Nijire's finger danced around Momo's CLT, making small circles and bringing Momo higher and higher. One then two fingers slipped inside, Momo's back arched off the bed, and with gentle ease, as if Nijire knew all of Momo's weak spots, she took her up the mountain. Nijire silenced Momo's emus with a kiss, capturing her cries of orgasm as Momo bucked against Nijire's hand. When they broke apart, Momo was having trouble getting her eyes to focus. When they did, she could see this sultry teasing smile on Nijire's lips. Momo pulled Nijire down into a kiss, rolled the third year onto her back, and began her exploration of Nijire's body. From her neck to her bearthis, hearing Nijire's ems and gasps encouraged Momo to keep exploring, finding Nijire's soaking pages. Momo's turn was to explore teasing and working with Nijire to release. Momo was nervous, wanting to make sure that she returned the pleasure that had been lavished on her. Thankfully, Nijire was responsive and encouraging, letting Momo know when she found the right spot. Momo, seeing Nijire so lost in the throes of pleasure, it was her turn to smirk as she pushed Nijire to release, higher and higher. Fingers curled inside, finding that magic spot. Nijire grabbed at the bed and called Momo's name as she found her release, gasping and panting. Nijire pulled Momo up into a deep, electric kiss. "You sure I can't convince you to come in turn with Ryuko?" Nijire whispered. "Would we get any work done?" Momo said, kissing lightly along Nijire's neck. "Yes, but if you did, imagine how we could help each other relax at night," Nijire ummed. "You make a convincing argument. Momo whispered so seductively in Nijire's ear that she shuddered. You are so good, Nijire said. Stay, cuddle? I would like that, Momo responded. Nijire and Momo lay cuddled in each other's arms, talking long into the night about desires, hopes, dreams, expectations, and fears. When sleep finally claimed them, it was peaceful, wonderful sleep. Thoughts and hopes of tomorrow danced in their minds. Spice and Izuku. Izuku sat in the kitchen eating breakfast with Mina. Kyoka stumbled down to join them, leaving the three of them to eat and flirt. Kyoka teased Mina about how much fun the pink-skinned girl had last night, leaving Mina a stunning shade of lilac. Momo came in, smiling. She kissed Izuku. Did you have fun last night? He asked. I did, Momo said, stealing a piece of bacon. It was nice, different. We talked a lot. I like her. That is good, Izuku smiled, grabbing Momo's butt, eliciting an eep from Momo, who danced away. It is good. Momo looked over at the platter of food at the center of the table and stole another piece of bacon. I am going to go shower before class. Kyoka smirked at Izuku. So what if one of us wanted to date a guy? I guess we will cross that bridge when we get there, Izuku said with a shrug. I want to say how could I be so selfish to keep you all to myself in such a manner, but I wouldn't know till I got there how I would feel. I want to keep your feelings and wants in mind as well. That is a frank answer, Kyoka said, sipping her tea. I will always do my best to be honest with every one of you, Izuku said. I care for each of you and cherish each of you in your unique ways. None of you are some trophy for me to place on my shelf or to do with as I please. I don't want any of you to think that I am using you for some personal release or satisfaction. I know you wouldn't, Mina said, pecking his cheek. As do I, Kyoka said. I never thought for a second that I would be dating a guy along with 5 to 6 other girls, but here I am, then all the other parts as well. Can you keep a line open to us during our internships? Mina asked. Well, to me at least. I am a little worried that. Say no more, Izuku said. I have the line open to you all now. If you think at me, I will hear it, but I can make it so I can monitor your emotional state. Thank you, that would be nice, Mina said with a smile. How powerful is your telepathy and stuff? Kyoka whispered. Very, Izuku said. I could create a mental landscape for us, so real that it would be hard for you to know otherwise. We could go on fictional dates or spend time together, and it would all be in your head. Wouldn't that just be fake? Kyoka said. Your mind perceives what is real and what is not, Izuku said. If I just implanted the memory, then it would be fake, but if we are truly spending time in the mental landscape, how is that fake? So you can come into my mind, and we could cuddle and make out, and I wouldn't know the difference, Kyoka said, leaning forward with a teasing smirk. It would feel as real as possible, Izuku replied with a smile. When you awoke in a different spot that we were, or such would tell you it was all in your head, but it would still be time we spent together. Like a psychic date, Mina added. Izuku nodded. That is cool. So, do I need to feel you or see you? I am just a thought away, Izuku said. That is cool, especially with the upcoming internships, Kyoka said. It will be nice to spend some time with you when we get some downtime. I am at your beck and call, Izuku said. Internships. Over the next few days, it was a lot of information for the students about their internships and what was expected of them. How would each hero be in charge of teaching them and guiding them through the process? On Thursday, they all awoke early, their bags packed, and they went to the train station to depart for the next step of their heroic journey. Mei made sure to get her time in with Izuku and Melissa simultaneously the night before sending her lovers off with a smile. They could tell Mei was a bit nervous about them going off on their internships, not that she didn't think they could take care of themselves, but that it was just the worry of the unknown. There was excitement in the air as all the students gathered at the train station, some to board trains and a few just there to wish others well and send them off with a smile. They saw some members of 1B boarding trains. Thankfully, nothing was said, though some rugged looks were thrown in 1A's way, but Set's team from the sports festival had come over and was happily talking with 1A about their internships. Izuku and Reiko talked for a moment, leaving the others wondering why they were talking about creatures of the night. Melissa Shield. Melissa blushed slightly, kissing Izuku with Shoto present and wishing them luck. She stepped off the train, took a deep breath, and entered the city toward Mirko's agency. Melissa was happy she had looked into the routes to get there and found a line that let her off a block away. She stood in front of a 3-story-looking building, double-checking that she had the correct address. There was no sign advertising the agency, and unless you knew where you were going, you wouldn't have thought that this was where Miriko made her base. The first floor of the building was not even part of the agency, it was a small local market. When Melissa walked up, an older man had just finished washing the sidewalk in front of the store. Melissa walked to a simple door off the side and rang the bell. "Good morning. How can I help you?" A cheerful-sounding woman's voice came out over the intercom. "Good morning. I am Melissa Shield. I am here to report for my internship," Melissa said hesitantly. "Please come in," the woman responded with a buzz. Melissa made her way in and up the stairs. On the second floor, Melissa was buzzed through a second door, this one a double door, and was greeted by a smiling woman about 5 feet 4 inches, with long violet hair, a nice clean black business suit, and black eyes. "Welcome." Melissa Shield and Miriko's office manager, Amaya Igarashi, Amaya said with a polite bow. "Rumi is still asleep, but that will give us time to settle you and get all your paperwork signed. If you follow me, I will show you where you will sleep while you are here." "Thank you," Melissa said, following Amaya into the office. The office was nice and simple, with rich wood tones and beautifully polished. The floors were beautiful gray slate. It was simple but friendly, with little clutter and no shining signs or pictures hanging on the walls. Melissa expected to see other people once they returned, only to be greeted by nobody. "Are you the only member of the staff?" Melissa asked, looking around. "That is correct," Amaya said. "If Rumi had a head for numbers or the patience for paperwork, she wouldn't have anyone." "Can I ask why she sent me an internship offer?" Melissa said, a bit nervous. "I couldn't tell you, Miss Shield," Amaya replied. "I was shocked when she called and asked how to send in an offer. Truthfully, she rarely attends sports festivals, but with the recent attack, she wanted to be there to show support for the school and students. Once she wakes up, you can ask her." Amaya showed Melissa a nice room with all the furnishing she would need, the bathroom, supplies, and where nanobots had been delivered and stored. Amaya led Melissa to the 3rd floor, where the kitchen and dining area, the workout room, and Miriko's bedroom were located. After the tour, Amaya instructed Melissa to get unpacked and meet her back at the front office to start on her paperwork. Melissa unpacked, maybe took a few selfies to send to her friends to let her know she had arrived, and began to fill out all the paperwork for her internship. Melissa had just finished when she heard who she presumed to be, Miriko, stomping around upstairs. Amaya motioned for Melissa to follow her, and they made their way to the 3rd floor. Melissa was unsure what to expect, but seeing Miriko in short shorts and a halter top, drinking juice from the bottle while scratching her rock-hard abs, was not on that list. Her ears flopped over, but one shot up when they entered. "Who the F is that with you?" Miriko spat out. "Melissa Shield," Amaya said calmly. "Your intern." Miriko's ears shot up as she turned and looked at Melissa. "Thank you for the invitation," Melissa said, bowing. "All right," Mirko said a bit loud. "Now get changed. Meet me at the gym." Mirko bounced away, a strange glint in her eye that made Melissa a bit nervous. Mina stood before the building that houses Gang Orca's hero agency, and she thought about how it reflected the professional and robust nature of the hero himself. The modern structure was sleek and imposing, suitable for the well-established hero. It was a tall multi-story building made of glass and steel, ensuring durability and security, with large windows. The building had subtle design elements that evoke the sea, such as a gentle curve to the windows or the hints of blue and white in the color scheme. With her bag over her shoulder and silver case in hand, Mina took a deep breath and walked inside. The interior was sleek and clean. She approached the desk, and after a brief conversation, she was promptly escorted into the building. A quick stop at security saw that she was issued her badge for building access, and she was instructed on the different entrances she would be using to access the building instead of the public lobby. Mina's eyes looked all around at the state-of-the-art technology in the control room, the spacious training room, briefing areas, and the staff of people bustling about the building. Mina was shown to her dorm room, where she would be staying during her internship, but not afforded a chance to unpack, as she was then led to the locker room to store her suit before Gang Orca took her. On the top floor, she saw Gang Orca's sidekicks garbed in their trademark black, skin-tight bodysuits that covered them completely, including their faces and hands. The suits are decorated with thin white lines across their torsos, including various tan-colored armor pads. Their masks feature 6 diamond-shaped eye holes arranged in a circular pattern, resembling a dice layout. Their signature blue and gray cement gun on their right arms was the only thing missing. Passing 2 large polished black African wood doors, Mina saw the hero himself. Gang Orca is a tall, well-built man whose physique resembles that of a killer whale due to his mutant-type quirk. He has striking white eyes featuring multiple rings that encircle his red pupils. He can sometimes appear quite menacing, so he is ranked 3rd among heroes who look like villains. He is dressed in his standard hero costume, a white suit with a high collar extending to his chin, adorned with diamond-shaped patterns that resemble teeth. He wears a pink tie miming a protruding tongue and a cape resembling a killer whale. Additionally, he sports a red vest over his torso and metal gauntlets on his arms. Gang Orca stood looking out the window but turned to face Mina as she entered. How cool, Mina thought. Welcome to my agency, Mina Ishido, Gang Orca said. I am very pleased you accepted my invitation. I was thrilled to see that you extended me an offer, Mina said, bowing. I was very nervous about whether I would receive any offers after my showing at the festival. You performed well, Ms. Ishido. What I witnessed during your fight sealed the deal. I sent you an invite. Gang Orca came around the desk. I witnessed a strong and brave young woman who had been through a horrendous experience but still stepped out onto that stage ready to do her very best. But I failed, Mina said, struggling to meet the hero's gaze. It was too much and I lost hold of my emotions. I read the report, Ms. Ishido, Gang Orca said, his voice softening. Mina hesitantly looked up to the hero. To have made it to that point was a testament to your character's strength and resolve. That is what I saw that day. A strong young woman who had been through a hellish ordeal and, though still hurt and wounded, stepped onto that stage, ready to give it her all. That is what made me send you an internship offer. If you continue to show that resolve, that strength to carry on, even if you falter, Gang Orca walked over and placed his hand on her shoulder. You are going to be an outstanding hero, and if I can help guide you, that would be amazing. Mina felt her shoulders shift back, and her heart swell. Thank you, sir. Good, that is how a hero stands, Gang Orca said, smiling. Go get your paperwork signed, get changed, and let's hit the streets. Crime does not wait for anyone. Yes, sir. Mina said before running out. Momo stood before the Fat Gum Agency, a large building with a rounded roof between 2 other structures. The main facade of the building is designed to resemble Fat Gum himself. The upper section features a design that mimics the hero's face, with a black area representing his mask and 2 round windows that simulate his eyes. Below this, a row of windows evokes Fat Gum's distinctive smile. At the bottom of the facade, the initials of Fat Gum's alias are displayed, featuring an F and an inverted F on either side, with a G, encompassing the entrance door. The words, Fat Gum, are prominently placed between the initials. On the left side of the building is a decorative element representing Fat Gum's arm, which is holding a takoyaki ball. She took a calming breath before she made her way inside. Inside, the office is simple and austere, furnished with a table, a large dark chair, and a few other pieces of furniture. Momo was greeted by a very pleasant gentleman who welcomed her to the agency and asked about getting situated, escorting her to security to get her badge, showing her to her room, the locker room, and a tour of the facilities before taking her to fill out her paperwork. After she finished that, she was taken to meet the hero himself. Fat Gum was in fat form. He was a large, round man who easily towered over other adults. In this state, his mouth is broad, and his nose is comparatively smaller, giving him an unusual appearance due to his odd body proportions. His hero costume consists of black pants and an orange zippered hood, which features the initials of his alias, Fat Gum, displayed prominently with a clear F G, and an inverted F. Additionally, he wears gloves, metallic boots, and a mask that covers his eyes and extends over his forehead. "Welcome, Creati," Fat Gum said with a cheerful tone. "I was looking forward to meeting you this morning." "Thank you, sir, you are too kind." "The honor is all mine," Momo said with a bow. "Nonsense, you are a promising young hero in training, and it's my honor to help guide you along your journey," Fat Gum said. "I want to talk to you about your quirk and, more importantly, how it fueled." "Yes, sir, I was hoping for as much. It was a large reason I decided to intern with you," Momo said, straightening up and squaring her shoulders. "Like yourself, my quirk uses the lipids in my body to create the objects, but it can leave me rather drained if I use it too much." "Does it alter your appearance?" Fat Gum said, taking a seat behind the desk. "It is believed that due to the high caloric intake that it demanded of me, it triggered an early onset of PBRTY and led to my growth spurt and mature development," Momo said with a slight blush. "In my youth, I was bit on the chubby side till my quirk manifested. Then it was a question of keeping me full. It was a long road to find a balance between the two." "That I understand," Fat Gum said. "I can see that you are working out. So as part of your training, we will also go over dietary training and adhering to a strict exercise routine along with your patrol duties." "Thank you, sir," Momo said, smiling. "I think better when I am moving, so go get changed into your hero costume, and we will begin set out on your first patrol." "Sir, yes, sir," Momo said, ready to begin. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku and Shoto maneuvered through the streets of Tokyo on their way towards Endeavor's agency. Endeavor's Hero Agency is a luxurious skyscraper that features multiple floors. The front entrance is adorned with a stylized flaming, representing Endeavor. Izuku followed Shoto as he led him in, not through the main entrance but through the hero entrance. The security snapped too, and got Izuku his badge. They stepped into a private elevator, and Shoto led them to their room, showing him the locker room, workout room, quirk training, meeting rooms, and mess hall before Shoto led him into the agency's heart. Inside is a spacious office area with numerous desks and computers. Over 30 sidekicks constantly manage requests and handle various hero-related tasks for Endeavor. Known as the Flaming Sidekickers, they are very passionate about their work, and their catchphrase is, "Flame on." As the agency of the new #1 hero, the office remains busy, with many sidekicks either on standby or out on patrol. A curvaceous young woman with striking red-orange eyes and pointed teeth. Her most distinctive feature is her long, flaming yellowish-green hair, which has 2 bangs on each side and a wider bang that extends from the center of her forehead to the right. Additionally, the tips of her fingers are pointed. She was dressed in a light gray, double-breasted mini dress with orange and black lining, along with slits on both sides of the skirt. The collar, belt, and wrist guards are black, accented with a smaller orange line, and the silver buttons resemble flat-headed screws. She also wears a belt with a temperature gauge on the front and a fire extinguisher on the back, paired with black knee-high socks and short black boots. Her mask is black, similar to Bakugo's, and is attached to a red headband. "Hey, little Shoto, so this is the dude who kicked your butt at the festival, huh?" the woman said. "Yes, burnin'," Shoto sighed. "This is my friend Izuku." "Sup Izuku," Burnin said with a smirk as she looked him over. "So, what is your hero's name?" "Pheonix," Izuku said, admiring the young heroine's impressive figure. "Well, let's see you at training there, Pheonix," Burnin said. "You better get in there. You know he doesn't like to be kept waiting." Shoto bowed his head and started heading to Endeavor's office. After exchanging a polite greeting with Endeavor's secretary, they were let into the office. Now, Izuku expected the office to be large, which it indeed was. He expected it to be ostentatious or overfurnished, filled with trophies and massive paintings. Which it was not. Endeavor sat behind a small, nice desk. There were 2 filing cabinets to his right and 2 small chairs on the other side of the desk. They crossed the empty room. Izuku took a cue from Shoto and stood there silently, waiting for Endeavor to finish what he was working on. When Endeavor set his pen down, he looked up, steepling his hand under his chin as he took in the measure of Izuku. Izuku remembered him from that ball and seeing him at different events, but this time, Endeavor had a distinct look about him. Izuku could feel this almost love-hate emotion directed towards him. Welcome to my agency. I expect hard work and dedication from the two of you. When you step onto the street, not only are your actions a reflection upon yourselves but upon me, Endeavor said. You will find your schedule in your rooms you are to adhere to by the letter. If you are not 5 minutes early, you are late. Endeavor pulled out 2 thick binders from one of the filing cabinets. These are your intern manuals. You will learn them backward and forwards. You will be tested on them. I expect and demand your best at all times. Get changed and meet me in the main quirk training room. Shoto can show you where it is. I want to see just how good you are. Yes, sir, Izuku said. Shoto said nothing as they exited the room. Izuku stepped into an impressive training room. Shoto and him were garbed in their hero costumes, and the two started stretching out when Endeavor entered. Stand aside, Shoto. I will test Midoriya first. What is your hero name, young man? Pheonix, Izuku responded. Well then, Pheonix, let's see how you fare against a real threat, Endeavor said. Izuku smiled. Endeavor didn't see Shoto smile as he exited the room and headed to the observation booth. Endeavor's fire roared to life and shot out like a cannon straight at Izuku. Izuku stood there as it hit his shield and bent around him harmlessly. Izuku grabbed Endeavor with his telekinesis and threw him violently into the wall behind him. Endeavor pushed and rushed towards Izuku. Endeavor's fist wrapped in fire came in lightning quick. The cosmic power surged through Izuku as he slipped past the overhand right, landed a knee to Endeavor's gut, grabbed the pro hero, and threw him across the room with this telekinesis, leaving a dent in the wall. Endeavor stumbled free, turned, and fired a massive two-handed fire blast. Izuku, like in the sports festival, took the fire and bent it around him. Endeavor used this opportunity to rush in and try to land a haymaker, only to see the fire come over Izuku's shoulder, which was shaped like a giant fist, and send the pro hero flying back yet again. Endeavor was down on one knee, blood flowing from his mouth. Izuku wrapped him in a telekinetic bubble, yanked his arms behind his back, and pushed him back into the wall. Enough, Endeavor growled. Izuku let him go. He fell to the ground but stayed on his feet after a stumble. I think I did rather well, Izuku said. I do as well, Shoto said over the intercom. Passable, Endeavor said. Shoto, you are next. With pleasure, Shoto said, stepping into the room. Katsuki Bakugo. He stood before the white 5-story building that was Sir Nitai's agency. The side facing the streets had vast banks of windows that glistened in the morning light. With a click of his tongue, he stepped in, wondering what would greet him on the other side. What was waiting for him was Mirio, in full costume with his smile plastered on his face. See, you found your way here without any issue? Not that hard to follow GPS, Katsuki nearly growled back. You the only idiot here or what? Mirio raised an eyebrow. No, Sir's waiting for you in his office. Centipeder and Bubble Girl are upstairs. A few secretaries and others handle the paperwork. Now, come on, let's get this started. Sounds good. I don't want to waste time, Katsuki said, following him to the elevator. So you don't believe his bullshit either, do you? Katsuki said once the doors were closed. No, he is a threat, a liar, a manipulator, and a cancer not only to your class but one that is trying to spread out and infect everything, Mirio replied. No one goes through that change overnight unless they sold their soul. Yeah, that little BSRD is hiding something, Katsuki said. His whole thing is bullshit, and all the others are just eating that sheet up. Well, we are going to get to the bottom of it and pry the truth from his hands if we need to, Mirio said. The elevator doors opened, leading them into a simple-looking office with an overabundance of All Might posters and merchandise. Juzo Moshi, or Centipeder, greeted them. The man was a towering 6 feet 8 inches, but thin with the face of a brown centipede. He was dressed in a black tuxedo. He bowed and introduced himself politely to Katsuki, who shared his name in return. Next was Karakoko Awata, also known as Bubble Girl. Kawoko is a well-built young woman with a slim build and light blue skin. She has short, ruffled dark blue hair, wide yellow eyes, and thick eyelashes. Her hero costume consisted of a skin-tight dark blue crop top with a white high collar, a zipper down the middle and over the high part of her chest. Her torso and underside of her very lovely breasts were visible. Black tights with loose white shorts, 2 yellow bands marked the sides of the shorts, and thick white boots with yellow lines running down them. She wore a transparent visor and plain dark blue gloves. Even Katsuki was struck by how pretty the girl was for a moment. The girl seemed very serious when she introduced herself, offering to take his bag to his room while he met with Sir. Katsuki handed over his bag and walked into the main office. Sitting behind an impressive L-shaped desk sat Sir Night-Eye, the former sidekick of All Might. Sir Night-Eye was a tall, lean, muscular man with sharp and elongated features. His shiny green hair with yellow stakes was worn, smoothed down, and parted to the left. He had strikingly bright yellow irises. His look gave a sense of authority and power. Dressed in a plain white suit with gold buttons, a matching dress shirt, and a red tie with white polka dots. Sir looked Katsuki over, raised an eyebrow. "You have a strong quirk but a sheet attitude." "What did you just say?" Katsuki roared, stepping forward and raising his fist. "That is exactly your problem," Sir Night-Eye said calmly. "All your life, you have been praised for the strength of your quirk, so you never had to try to hone it into anything more than a blunt instrument. Your belief in your superiority is why you lost to that girl at the sports festival. You felt she was beneath you and not worthy of your attention. You judged her quirk as less than yours, therefore, it was unworthy of your attention. She got lucky." Katsuki shot back. "No, she trained harder than you, found a way to use her quirk differently, enacted a plan that used your superiority complex against you and won," Night-Eye said, rising to his feet. "You have great potential. But am the next #1 FANG hero, old man," Katsuki shouted. "If you believe so, then I propose a challenge," Night-Eye said. "I am listening," Katsuki said, cracking his knuckles. "If you can manage to land a single blow on me in 5 minutes, I will acknowledge you and your internship will proceed nicely and easily." Night-Eye's eyebrow arched. "But when I win, you are going to train under my instruction, you are going to learn to take that blunt instrument and use it with surgical precision, you will sit and study and learn that to be the top hero, you need more than a quirk, you need to be able to gather others to your call, so when you say that someone is full of shit, they will listen to you and not just laugh." "Deku," Katsuki growled. "Izuku Midoriya," Night-Eye retorted. "A liar, a potential threat to UA and hero society. Ready when you are." Katsuki leaped towards Sir Night-Eye. "Die!" he roared. "Pheonix, Izuku," a broken and grave voice called out in the darkness. "Near, so close." "Why yes, it is a pet," Dr. Essex said, watching as the sensors lit up with the signs of cosmic radiation. "You are almost ready, pet, to bring him to me. Are you ready for your revenge?" "Yes, master, please," the thing once known as Brighton Freedom called out. "I want his blood, I want all their blood. Bring them death, bring them to you." "Perfect, pet," Dr. Essex laughed. "You will have your chance soon, yes, very soon indeed." As the consciousness slowly returned to Katsuki Bakugo, he found himself staring at the ceiling tiles of Night-Eye's agency, which was accompanied by the dawning realization that he had lost. With a growl, he sat up, which caused a sudden headache. Katsuki put a hand to his head and looked around the room. It showed the effects of his quirk being used in a confined space. It also brought into view that Sir Night-Eye was sitting in his chair, drinking a cup of tea without his hair out of place. "Glad you are awake," Night-Eye said. "Go see Bubble Girl, she will direct you to the janitor's closet, grab what you need, and clean up this room." Katsuki was about to protest. "You lost, are you telling me that you are going back on your word?" Katsuki clicked his tongue, rose to his feet, and exited the room. Mirio entered after him, looking around, and he gave a low whistle. "Made quite a mess, huh?" "That he did," Sir replied. "He is a blunt instrument with a singular focus on the power of his quirk. He needs to have his mindset refocused if he has any hopes of being a top hero or even someone who will be able to lead others or gather their attention." "Anything you want me to do?" Mirio asked. "Not right now. Go with Centipeder to the Sure Higashi compound and maintain surveillance. Mr. Bakugo will be busy cleaning up this mess for the time being, after I will get him started on his studies," Sir said. Yes, sir, Mirio responded before exiting the room. Night Eye turned his attention back to his computer, and he was reading a report forwarded to him from someone within Endeavor's agency. Apparently, Mr. Midoriya had put on quite the impressive show during training with Endeavor. Mina Ishido. Mina, having completed her first patrol, may have suffered the death of a few brain cells from having to fill out the after-action reports and was exhausted by the time she stumbled into bed. Her patrol was physically and mentally tiring. Physically, it was patrol, which entailed a lot of walking. Then there were the petty crimes that occurred, which Gang Orca was more than happy to send Mina to chase down the fleeing suspects. All in all, she had chased down 2 purse snatchers and aided in the pursuit of a jewelry store robber. Then, there is the mental aspect of the information that Gang Orca imparts as they work. Gang Orca felt it was important to teach while giving real-world applications. Mina understood to a certain extent that there was a mental aspect, but there was so much more than she realized in having to process so much information in such a short amount of time. Keeping an eye out for crime, smiling and taking photos, that part she didn't mind. Gang Orca quickly taught her that she had to be cautious, even as a villain could use that opportunity to get close and try to catch her off guard. While she didn't have to fill out all the paperwork independently, she did have to write reports and refer to her notes from the different incidents she had been a part of. The woman who finalized the paperwork was kind but stern, ensuring Mina had all the correct information. The importance of getting this part right was being drilled into Mina with every word, how even her choice of words could be misconstrued, allowing the villain to wrangle out of charges or for the hero commission to delay payment. Not a huge thing for an agency of their size, but it could be a crushing thing for a small agency or one just starting out. Mina lay in bed, checking her group texts and sending some messages to her friends. She closed her eyes. Izuku, are you there? She sent the thought out. Of course, is everything okay? Yes, just a long day and I wanted to hear your voice, so to speak. Mina replied mentally. Did you go on patrol today? No, sparring and book stuff. We go on our first patrol tomorrow, Izuku said. Did you? Yup, Mina said, and let the images and thoughts of her patrol play through her mind. You did well, Izuku said after it was done. Thank you, it is and was. I miss you and the others. I can't stay awake much longer, Mina said. I will sleep well with my alien queen. You as well as my Pheonix. Momo was sore but refreshed as she emerged from her shower, toweling her hair. She sat on her bed and reviewed her friends' messages about their first days. Her first patrol had been rather eventful, as they had responded to a bank robbery and a fire while on patrol. The bank robbery had been intense, with the robbers attempting to make an escape, leading to a fight and brief chase. Momo had bruises to attest to both of those facts. The chase was brief as Ryukyu also responded to the call and snatched the robbers attempting to flee in their getaway car before they got too far. The whole situation was a bit brighter as Nijire was also there and was more than happy to help Momo wrap things up and offer some coaching about writing notes for the report later. Nijire fussing over Momo's bruises may have helped Momo feel a bit better about the whole affair. One of the villains had managed to disorient Momo and catch her off guard, landing a strong hit and nearly escaping, but Momo was able to gather herself and, with her quirk, catch the villain before they did so. Fatgum praised her quick thinking and fast recovery, but also took the time to use it as a coachable moment, pointing out where Momo had erred and what she could do in the future to avoid such a folly again. After the robbery, Fatgum was happy to show Momo off to the press and allow her to speak to some reporters he trusted. This part was easy for Momo thanks to all her training with her parents. Then there was the fire. While they were there more for containment, Fatgum was more than happy to put Momo to work using her quirk to create needed items to aid the situation. The fire had erupted in an abandoned building. It was suspected arson, so there weren't any lives at risk. It was more a matter of containment, in between all that was the walking and a few minor crimes they had to deal with as they patrolled their area. Momo was thankful for all the workouts she had put in with Izuku, so while tired, she wasn't completely exhausted. The nicest part was dinner. Sitting with Fatgum and enjoying the amazing meal he had prepared for them, the freedom to eat without judgment was welcomed after such a long day. But even then, Fatgum picked her brain about nutrition and quizzed her on why they were eating certain foods. The hero was pleased that Momo was well educated in this area and seemed to need only some fine-tuning in her diet. As sleep claimed Momo, there was a small smile on her lips. Today had been her first day as a hero, an eventful, tiring and sore day, but it was her first day. She couldn't help but wonder what the second day would bring. Melissa Shield. Melissa dragged herself into bed, thankful her day was ending, knowing that tomorrow would soon be upon her. Mirko had started the day with a sparring session that had left Melissa drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Mirko was sweating as well and slightly bloodied. Not bad, Mirko grinned. Your little robots are exciting, but your combat abilities are rubbish. Not total rubbish, you think quickly on your feet and were able to try and adapt and overcome when things weren't going your way. Thank you, Melissa managed. Well, that was good warm-up. We hit the streets in an hour, Mirko said as she bounced out of the room. Wait, what? Melissa said that her brain had realized what the pro hero had said. After a quick shower, food and pain pills, Melissa was on the roof with the rabbit hero, ready to go on her first patrol. Now keep up and listen, I don't like to repeat myself. Do what I say when I say it, Mirko said. Now let's go. With that, Mirko leapt away. Melissa took off after her. Thankfully, she could keep up, but felt that Mirko was not going full speed quite yet. Patrolling with Mirko was strange and much different from what Melissa was thinking. Mirko kept to rooftops and moved quickly, patrolling a large area, and when something happened, she reacted and dealt with the situation quickly and decisively. As soon as the villain or perpetrator was in custody, it was a quick call to the police for pickup so they could be on the way again. Nothing seemed to slow Mirko down. She didn't do interviews, wouldn't stop for pictures unless it was a child asking. The surprising part was when the rabbit hero led Melissa to an elementary school and had Melissa help kids cross the street before they were off looking for the next fight. And a fight they did find. A drag raid, to be exact. Melissa had somewhat expected Mirko to tell her to stay back, but that wasn't the case. Mirko did have Melissa hang back slightly, but it was more to have Melissa watch her back. If they get by me, you handle them, Mirko said as they busted in. To Melissa's surprise, some did slip past Mirko, but they seemed to be more grunts or henchmen. None of the big fish got past the rabbit hero. It was Melissa's first real taste of combat. When the first thug came at her, she felt this brief sense of fear rush through her, but she could shake it off and deflect the thug's attack. The attack had a malice behind it that snapped Melissa into action. This wasn't sparing, or even the DMN Sports Festival. These thugs were out for blood. It was an intense feeling as the battle continued, the rush of adrenaline, and even the thrill of the fight washed over Melissa. When it was all done, the feeling of victory was so intense that Melissa was thankful for the mask hiding her smile. Then she experienced the adrenaline dump. Mirko handed Melissa a chocolate bar. Eat this, it will help. You did well out there. I thought you would freeze up, but you recovered quickly and did well. A few bruises to show, but nothing serious. You let them past you, didn't you? Melissa said after taking a bite of the chocolate bar. I read your file, you were in the support course till the festival. I admired your grit and determination, so I offered you an internship. I am sure you dreamed of being a hero until you were diagnosed as quirkless, but then you shifted gears only to shift again. Dreams and reality are two different things. Some people freeze and can't recover. Better for you and me to find out now than when things get really dangerous, Mirko said. So, after having a little taste of what this is like, do you still want to do this? Hell yeah, Melissa said. You're right, it was a bit intense. I had never experienced a fight, not a real one. But I want this more than anything. Good, after you eat that, the police will have some questions. After that, we will have about an hour or two left of patrol before we head home, Mirko said. Crime doesn't sleep, and we don't stop keeping it in check till our patrol is done. Yes, ma'am, Melissa said. Thankfully, the rest of their patrol was uneventful compared to what they had just dealt with, and they could return home. Dinner and paperwork were waiting, and after that, Mirko outlined the next day for Melissa before sending her off to shower and sleep. Even as tired as Melissa was, she found sleep elusive slightly as the day's events played in her head, but soon she found peace and drifted off. Kyoka. Okay, so Kyoka may have had to suppress her inner fangirl as she entered the darkness agency, especially when she was greeted by the hero himself. Darkness, aka Marion St. James, was half English and half Japanese. He had long black hair and piercing hazel eyes. He was a talented hero ranked in the top 40 and a very talented musician, making him Kyoka's favorite. Him being extremely gifted on the guitar, enchanting vocals, and very easy on the eyes didn't hurt. He was her celebrity crush, and now being able to work with him was a dream come true. A dream that as a child ended with them married, but she didn't want to think too much about that, though Izuku had teased her about it. "Welcome, Angel Beat," Marion said. "I am glad you accepted my offer." "Thank you so much for the offer," Kyoka gushed. "I am a huge fan, not only of your hero work but of your music." "Why thank you?" Marion smiled. "Are you familiar with my quirk?" "Yes, sir, you can summon unknown shadow entities, and that same ability allows you to create weapons from that same shadow energy," Kyoka said, rather proud of herself. "Very good, now my abilities and powers work better in the dark. While I can use them in the light, they are weakened. Therefore, I do my work starting from dusk," Marion said. "So, for now, I am not going to have you meet with my assistant, and who will go over the paperwork and give you some material to review. I suggest you take a nap. We will meet in the conference room at 4 p.m. to review what I expect of you for our patrol and this internship. Any questions?" "No, sir," Kyoka responded crisply. "Wonderful," Marion said before calling in, and led Kyoka out before reviewing all the paperwork and required learning material. Kyoka did manage to get a nap in, but not much of one before she was dressed in her hero costume and in the meeting with Darkness. Kyoka was grateful as he clearly laid everything out for Kyoka, including what he expected from their first patrol and the growth he anticipated as they moved forward. "I see a lot of potential in you and your quirk," Marion said. "You showed it could be used for more than recon at the festival, especially in your fight with S.H.I.E.L.D. I want to do what I can to help you develop that and encourage you not to quit your love of music. It is difficult at times, but you can do both." "Thank you, sir," Kyoka said with a slight blush. "I am guilty of only looking at my quirk initially as something I could use for recon. But my friends helped see I could do more, using my jacks as a weapon or even to amplify a sonic attack. As far as music goes, I do want to do both, I just didn't think I could. I thought I had to dedicate myself to one or the other due to my perception of my quirk, but as I learn more, I want more. Then I will help you put in the work. Now for our patrol tonight, here are the things I want you to be aware of. The bar with no name. Let's get to the point, hero killer, Shigaraki said. I think you should join me and my league of villains to rain chaos down on this unjust hero society. Chaos? Is that your goal? The hero killer, aka Stain, replied. Stain is an intimidating, muscular man who walks with a distinct hunch. He has a flat, somewhat triangular face devoid of a nose, which he removed himself. His extraordinarily long tongue is covered with numerous small papillae. Stain's long black hair is messy, draping over his face, if not for his headband and mask. He has small red eyes with tiny irises. His attire consists of a dark combat suit reinforced with metal armor across his body to hold his weapons. The suit's torso is sleeveless, and he wraps his arms in yellow bandages from just below his shoulders to his wrists. Stain also wears long black wristbands and a watch on his left arm. His knees are protected by metal pads, and he completes his look with black boots featuring steel armor and spikes. He always dons his signature blood-red scarf, matching headband, and a tattered cloth around his face that serves as a mask. That and the death of All Might. Shigaraki snarled. Ignorant child, Stain replied, disdain in his voice. All Might is the only true hero. I do not rain chaos for the sake of chaos. I teach these false heroes a lesson so that others will see the errors of their way and strive to reach perfection, which is All Might. People need conviction to be truly strong. Society has strayed and needs to be put on the right path. You are a child speaking of foolishness and chaos. How dare you? I can kill you where you sit. Shigaraki yelled as he slammed his hand on the bar top. In a blur, a knife was in Stain's hand as he plunged it through Shigaraki's hand, pinning it to the bar top, A second knife was in his other hand and was mere inches from Shigaraki's eye before either the villain or Kurogiri could react. "Move and die," Stain smirked. "You are nothing, a lost lamb in the dark. You are not the one destined to kill me. I will die only at the hands of a true hero, not a petulant child. I am the only one who sees how much damage the false heroes are doing, and I am the one who must do what is required to put things right. I will take my leave now, cross my path again, and that will be your last idiotic decision." Once Stain was gone, Shigaraki grabbed the knife and dusted it as Kurogiri set about treating the injury. "I will not be made a fool of," Shigaraki spat out. "I think we should teach the heroes and Stain a lesson simultaneously. Contact the doctor. I think it is time for the Nomus and the League to strike true terror in the world. After we are done, they won't ignore us anymore." "Sir, Shigaraki is asking for Nomos for an attack on Hosu City," the doctor said. "I think we can use that to our advantage. If there is a large enough attack, we can also use the cover to snatch that shield girl," All for One responded. "That, in turn, will allow us to lure Izuku Midoriya into our trap to get the answers we desire. Also, if we capture Melissa's shield, that big idiot will come running as well, so save David's daughter, so many flies we can catch with just the right honey." Essex has been reaching out, wishing to demonstrate his latest creations, the doctor responded, a hint of displeasure in his voice. "I don't know why you tolerate his ramblings, my lord. His creations are nothing but inferior attempts at what I have mastered with the Nomus." "That may be the case, but his fervor is to be admired," All for One said. "Tell him to unleash his best when the time comes, and we will see if they can be used as cannon fodder for our Nomu." "As you wish, my lord," the doctor said with a bow. "I care not, Shigaraki's little demonstration fails, but I will not tolerate not being able to bait my trap, doctor," All for One said as the doctor walked away. "I understand." Izuku was sent on his first patrol with one of Endeavor's top sidekicks, Sunfire, while Shoto was sent with his father. With all of the training in the white-hot room, patrolling was not one of them. Jean's training had been more of her group reacting to problems, not walking around the city looking for petty crime. It was an interesting aspect and something new for him to learn and tackle, unlike combat, where he had experienced an immense amount of training, and then there was all the knowledge crammed into his head on top of that. Sunfire was a no-nonsense hero. He had a very stern and serious demeanor, but he seemed to be a fair man who was proud to take on the role of mentor for this day's patrol and to impart his knowledge to Izuku. Izuku enjoyed it as the man was direct and did not hide his words with flowery symbology. He set a clear standard from the start and increased when Izuku proved he could meet that standard. The patrol was rather straightforward, and what most would find taxing about being aware of their surroundings constantly was easy for Izuku, as he could sense any malice directed towards him or Sunfire thanks to his empathy. The versatility of Izuku's quirk was a plus as he was simply able to pluck fleeing criminals up into the air, or in the case of encountering a rampaging villain with a mammoth quirk, create shields to keep the citizens safe and grab flying debris from the sky. When the fight escalated, Izuku was able to put his cosmic strength to good use, helping to end the battle quickly. Sunfire had been told about the young man's strength. He had reviewed the footage from the sports festival, but the report of his training with Endeavor himself brought that fact to life. During the fight with Mammoth, Sunfire watched how quickly Izuku reacted without needing to be told to erect barriers or such. Then there was the display of physical strength, from which Sunfire understood was a use of his telekinesis. What sprang to mind was seasoned reactions, not that of a novice. The only places that the young man was a novice were in the pure aspects of patrol, but in combat he was seasoned. As the patrol continued, Sunfire observed Izuku, letting him take the lead on more encounters and watching how he reacted. It was more of the same, but he marveled at how quickly he was picking up on the patrol aspect, and when he did make a mistake after Sunfire corrected him, he didn't make the same mistake again. The young man also seemed rather tireless, not asking for many breaks like other interns had on their first day. Sunfire wished they could have encountered more combat to further observe his theories. When the end of their patrol came, Sunfire gave Izuku his report of his first patrol before passing the young man off to one of the secretaries for the paperwork, and Sunfire made his way to Endeavor. "How did he do?" Endeavor said, not looking up. Dare I say great? Sunfire responded. This made Endeavor look up. Those were not words Sunfire would say lightly. Though something is bothering me. Go on, Endeavor replied, focusing his full attention on his sidekick. Sunfire was Endeavor's oldest sidekick. Endeavor often encouraged him to strike out on his own, as he knew Sunfire was a competent hero. Yet, Sunfire refused, saying he was proud of his role and wished to continue serving in his current capacity. A capacity that grew as the agency did. To say that Sunfire was Endeavor's right hand would not be an understatement. It was obvious that he was new to the basics of patrol and what it entailed, but he was a quick learner and did not make the same mistake more than once. His combat abilities and quirk control drew my attention, Sunfire reported, his hands clasped behind his back. Sunfire gave some examples of petty crimes but detailed the battle with Mammoth. His reactions were quick, clean, and without hesitation. While those who are overconfident in their quirk may react without hesitation, it is rarely clean. Conclusion? Endeavor said. Someone has trained him extensively in combat and his quirk, Sunfire responded. But being able to train to such a degree is almost worrisome. I have no doubt that he will succeed as pro-hero. To what degree will be limited by his ambition, and from what I have gathered, that ambition is not lacking. What is your suggestion? Endeavor asked. We should continue to expose him to further combat and see if he gets overwhelmed. Further, I know that you will join the hunt for Stain in Hosu and plan to bring Shoto with you. I suggest you bring Midoriya as well. His telekinetic ability would be a great boon in apprehending Stain without resorting to direct combat, Sunfire answered. Also, Shoto seems to be close to a young man. Maybe he will let something slip if he is more comfortable. I trust in your judgment. Take him out again tomorrow. You have my permission to take him on level 3 patrol. If he does well, I will take him to Hosu, Endeavor said. That is all, Sunfire. Sir. Gathering the hunting pack. Hunting rabbit. Stain. Melissa said, shocked. We are going to Hosu tomorrow night to aid in tracking down that sicko and bringing him in, Mirko said. It is a top-secret operation, so keep it to yourself. I understand, Melissa said, the air feeling a bit heavier than it did a moment ago. We are going to work out tonight so you can sleep most of the day tomorrow. I need you to be alert in Hosu in case things get intense, Mirko said. Are we going in alone? Melissa was a bit nervous. No, there will be other heroes there as well. Stain attacks come in 3. His attack on Ingenium was his second. Even with the extra presence, they don't think he will be able to leave the city without going for 3, Mirko added. Psychos are weird like that, but that is how they get caught. I just hope he puts up a fight. Melissa took a deep breath as the thought of being part of the team that brought Stain to justice was huge. Even if Melissa was just there to provide backup, she hoped she wouldn't be a liability if nothing else. Acolytes. Midnight and her acolytes stood in an empty office building around a makeshift table holding a map of Hosu City. It had been marked with the 2 previous attacks by Stain, and where there had been possible sightings of the hero killer. Ugh, Prodigy ummed. This guy avoids technology like the plague. Nothing, not a shred for me to try and track or follow. If he is using anything, it has to be at a public library or a net cafe, but from the description of this guy, he would stick out like a sore thumb. Then we need to find out where he is getting his information, Misery said, looking over the map. He doesn't have a job, so either he is drawing some sort of pension, which I would find highly unlikely, Mistress added. Doubt he comes from money, so he is getting by on what he collects from his targets or others that cross his path. He has to eat, needs a place to sleep, and doubts he is the type to spring for a hotel, so it has to be an abandoned building, but it is still drawing power or running water, at least. His survivors speak of him calling them false heroes, of not holding to the true ideal of being a hero, Midnight said. Glory seekers or those who use their hero status to push different products. Then why target Ingenium? Obsidian wondered. Dude was all about helping people, only endorsed a few products, and most of that was athletic gear. Ingenium recently partnered with Legacy Corp to be their spokesman for several of their products. The report was for a multi-billion payout, Midnight answered. What this sicko didn't know was that Ingenium took the partnership to team up with and fund different children wards in some of the poorer communities as well as sponsor free mobile health clinics. Wasn't Legacy Corp implicated in that scandal last year? Master Blaster said as he was focused on the ceiling. Yeah, they were stealing money as part of some insurance fraud, Prodigy answered. Why team up with them? The entire board resigned in disgrace, and those at the top were arrested and prosecuted. A new owner had come on board, Irai Hanzu, an old friend of Ingenium's. He was rebuilding the company, paid all the fines, and was about to launch their new partnership. They had teamed up with an American company, Twilight, Midnight said. Doubt that Stain did his research on that part. All he saw was Ingenium teaming up with an evil corporation for a lot of money that he falsely assumed was going directly into Ingenium's pocket. Midnight paused. Listen up, we are not going to be the only ones hunting this son of a beach. We are going to have other heroes coming, some of the top guns. I don't want them to get him, I want him, and I want him dead. Do you understand me, my acolytes? Yes, Midnight. They all answered in unison. Now let's get out there and find this BSRD, Midnight said as the team dispersed. Midnight watched as her team dispersed, all except for Prodigy. As she was not a field agent, she had made sure they were working in teams of 2 so as not to be ambushed by Stain. Once they had disappeared into the night, her gaze turned to the night sky and the uneasiness lurking in her mind. There was this unsettling feeling that had been creeping in since Tensei's attack. That was not true. It had been creeping in since the first day. Brighton Freedom, Izuku Midoriya, the attack on the USJ, betrayal, and all the other little things piling up. It was like a storm had been brewing off the coast and was finally about to make landfall. She just wondered how they would weather the storm once it made landfall. Pheonix. Starting tomorrow night, we will be taking a special assignment in Hosu City, where we will be providing support to a special operations team to capture Stain and bring him to justice, Endeavor said to Shoto and Izuku. Burnin and Sunfire will be accompanying us as well, but you two will be with me for this operation. Do they really believe that Stain is still in the city? Shoto said a bit shocked. I would wonder the same thing. Sticking around after attacking Ingenium would be dumb, Izuku said. Ingenium was only his second attack. This madman strikes in 3s. There is a team already in place trying to hunt him down. We are going to relieve them, Endeavor responded. You two must follow orders and stay alert. Tensions will be high as many want to bring Stain to justice. Now the two of you will go on night patrol with Ember and Ash. They are waiting for you in the briefing room. You are dismissed. Sir, they both responded. As Izuku and Shoto made their way to the briefing room, Izuku thought about it and realized that he could track Stain down just by searching for his mind. It would be easier if they were in Hosu City, as sorting and scanning that many minds would be a task, but he could start weeding it out after patrol this evening while he was in his room. As the briefing happened, a smile danced across his lips as they met up with Darkness tonight for a raid on a drag shipment at the docks. He was looking forward to seeing Kyoka in action and maybe even getting a chance to steal a kiss. Sinister. Nathaniel Essex, known in some circles as Mr. Sinister, was spinning in his office chair, giddy as a school kid. Tomorrow night, the curtain would rise on his latest plan as he prepared to unleash his newest pet upon the world and, more importantly, the Pheonix. The screams from the lab were just the perfect background music to his joy. As he was putting the finishing touches on his pet, he had to make it look pretty for its debut, unlike those hideous Nomus favored by the idiot doctor and one for all. What kind of moron leaves such an obvious design flaw, Nathaniel thought. The class of villains in this world left him longing for days long gone and times burned to ash. It may be time to show these so-called villains what a true villain is. The major problem is that power had not come from the wonder of mutations, unlike various times, not in the traditional sense. Instead, it was what this world called quirks, and in comparison, quirks were underwhelming. If he could figure out a way to trigger the mutations so exquisitely described in the vault, he could help advance his end goal wonderfully. It would have been possible if he had located the Apocalypse Egg, but it was stubborn and refused to show itself. Essex understood that no one truly understood the danger in their midst, save a select few. Dominic Freedom had a small understanding but was still liking his wounds from his earlier setback. The only one who understood was Primal. Yet Primal had not decided to directly interfere with the Pheonix, instead choosing to send underlings to test and probe. Which was fine with Essex. Primal was another problem unto himself that would have to be addressed at some point, but to do so now would be foolish. Unlike others, Primal did not walk the path alone, having chosen to build up his forces with chosen elites, like that pain in Essex's but Infinity. Infinity aside, the problem was the Pheonix and its constant return to mess everything up, but this time, Essex had a plan unlike the others. And that plan would begin tomorrow night, when his pet on his other creations took center stage and showed that even a cosmic entity could and would be brought low.